fire yet, Matra.
Well, we're about to start seeing the fire. The plane is up and in the air. We've got our first game set and ready to go. It's going to be a little bit spicy. Plane path up towards the north, flying right over Georgia Boy. Analyst Desk was talking about the fact that this is an open area. A couple of teams might opt into dropping very early, and it's going to end over Milta Power. So Southern-based team's going to have a little bit of trouble right out the get-go. It's going to be GEX.
All right, how spicy is it going to get over Georgia Pole? We're seeing a few teams popping out their infantry as well. Crow Crowd seeing, but it looks like they're heading a little bit more north. So it looks like GEX is going to be controlling most of Southern Georgia right now.
We do have Sun Sisters making the push up towards the north. They've got infantry along with them. A couple teams already dropping out. It's going to be QM. Team Liquid looks like they're making that push back down towards Pachinki. They want their home back. A lot of these teams also jumping out. We've got Detonator, Rascal Jester as well, and it looks like the last couple of teams are going to be Envy dropping out right at the tail end of this, as well as Armored Gaming running a 2-2 split potentially.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams are very happy that today they are able to go more towards their comfort zones than they were previously. I mean, of course.
What are you doing? You're right in the middle of all of the rumblers. I know you like to get mixed up and get into all these other teams, but you're still in a parachute right now, buddy. He is just chasing after them, and he's the only person on his team. The rest of his team has all gone down towards the south.
Well, this is really fascinating. He could just be looking for a vehicle here, Matrim, and then he might just piece out of the situation. But this is what really hurt Armory Gaming on their first day in the group stage was Duckmans was not able to get it done.
Stolber's circle to start it, Paper. Let's go. All right, so you can see Detonator's happy over in Yasnaya, but a lot of these teams back down towards the south, taking a couple of pot shots already, as it looks like that farm area is very contested.
Well, I tell you what, Detonator's got to be real happy that nobody was thinking about going Yaz. They really don't go here ever, but it was open today, as the analyst desk mentioned. Detonator are going to be the ones that are going to take advantage of it.
Rumblers coming in, the last pick inside of this event, but actually coming out pretty decent points to start the day so far. Remember, from the first 2 days, your points do carry over, so that gives you that little bit of a comfort zone. If you did pretty well in the previous days, now you come in with a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, there's only 17 points separating the very top of this group from the bottom, as you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen. So one good game, one 7-kill win, and you're right back in it.
So we do have, looks like Duckman did manage to meet up with the rest of his team. We're going to start a little bit of a trek early, but that's going to be VC Gaming. It's already positioned around this location. You can see DJ Boy already down inside a prison doing a little bit of looting. VC has a split that's running from Shelter a little bit further north from that as well. And look, Team Liquid's got to be pretty happy. They have themselves a nice, comfortable home. This is their preferred looting position and not contested this time.
I think it's pretty interesting that we're seeing Team Liquid here today. Of course, no one expected that. I got to be honest with you, Detonator was probably a little sad going into this because Pachinki has been theirs in the PKL when they're not going up against Entis Force. But you know what? With the way the circle worked out, they got Yaz for free and things are all right there.
So it's kind of interesting that Pachinki not in the circle. That's one of the reasons why it is so contested very regularly. But we have a far northeastern circle coming into play inside of this. So that Yasnaya area, Stolber could be a big factor. Early rotations also could be quite big in this, as you're seeing a lot of these teams still moving around. Armory Gaming, I don't think has had a chance to really get much other than vehicles. And they can't find anywhere to stop at.
Yeah, right now there's nothing available. There's VC who's spread out all over the place, Rumblers as well in the Povka and the Mansion area. So Armory Gaming might have to head quite far north to find a suitable loot location.
Well, luckily with this circle, that's not going to be too bad. But the problem is whenever you go north, whenever you're around Stolber, Kameshki, that's not necessarily the loot nodes you want. You want to try to loot up as quick as possible. Now they're really on damage control. A couple of these teams are trying to figure out, okay, what do we do next? Early rotations could be a big factor for Stolber, as it is very difficult to kind of rotate into depending on the pathing that you take. So a lot of these teams are already trying to buy in for low ground positions, get a little bit of control in that spot. But actually, that's going to be Infantry Gaming losing a member already.
That's big. A great start for Juxi and Athletico. Not the start that Infantry Gaming wanted. In transition there, losing a member. Athletico is making their way past all of this. Happy to pick up the 1 kill and continue on.
I don't know what is going on with Infantry. They came in, a lot of people were expecting a lot out of them. I was one of them whenever I was watching some of the scrims. I know I never like to talk about scrims because who cares really what happens in scrim performance, but they were much more aggressive. And somehow they've just gone from being infantry to being just very iffy in their play.
The top fragging team from China coming into this event. They were averaging something like 5 kills a match.
Rascal Jester getting a couple of shots coming at him. Mushi gets dropped right off of that, and he's going to go ahead and be taken down. So Mushimuro is out.
Not the start Rascal Jester is looking for. They were living by placement points, and they need members up to get into there. We want to see them start fragging a little bit more. The opposite end of them, Sun Sister, they are up rotating around the north side of Stallber. They were the opposite. They were able to get a lot of their points on kills.
Heavens, looks like it might be a little bit contested as Envy's coming right up into the gunshots. That's going to be Pat just dropped out, and look at that. That's the DP coming in strong. That is a ton of bullets, but even if he reloads, he's not even going to be able to max out.
Only 41 bullets left, but hopefully Summer can find something else to work with besides that DP. Envy is realizing that, yes, indeed, this compound up on the hill is taken, so they're just going to roll around. Now taking some shots at Rascal Jester is Hikari from Detonator. He looks like he landed a couple onto Wesker, but isn't yet able to complete it.
Rascal Jester in a lot of trouble, just narrowly getting away from that. They do have a little bit area towards the north that they might be able to try to make it, but they just have to continue to run through this gauntlet of team after team as so many are playing around Yasnaya, and I feel like a lot of these teams thought this would be the safe path, and instead there's so many teams already stacked up here.
Yeah, a lot of teams made really aggressive early rotations. Armory Gaming, the Rumblers, Detonator was already in Yasnaya, so a lot of this ground was already covered, and here you can see W-Clicks coming into this as well.
Another contender to this mix, driving through an absolute bloodbath location. Looks like they're going to be stopping around this forest, which can be quite strong depending on how the circle flows through, but you can see these shots coming back over towards infantry, just gets dropped out of that UAZ, and then it's just a quick follow-up coming from Athletico, who already has that first kill.
Ooh, double headshots from the boys on Athletico. That is some seriously good shooting. You can see Crow Crowds going up onto the mountain.
Everest? But there's
You
guys,
get some information,
guys,
you can see everything.
This isn't in circle, and everybody's like 2 kilometers away from you.
This is
like,
Gen G plays. They watch
there's
Gen
no
G do this all
information
the
to be
time.
had, guys. It's fine. It's okay. You can go on, try to find out what's going on in the circle. It'll be okay.
Well, it looks like they're all right, and they are going to move ahead of the blue. It doesn't look like anyone's going to really opt to take any blue damage, take any late rotations. G2 is coming up from the south of Milta. The Red Canids, they are going up to the north of Razak, just north of the river there, and everyone else is kind of clustering towards the center already.
Yasnaya is very populated right now. Everybody is just hanging out in the suburbs, all those houses just outside of the main city itself. Almost every one of them has some form of team inside of them right now, be it in a split or just 4-man up and strong. So these late-coming teams have to be very cautious. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of them play edge. G2 looks like they're one to push through, maybe go a little bit deeper into this till we see the next circle. Really, it's going to kind of be where we optimize and see a lot of these guys go for a more preferred situation, because chance we could go centralized, but there's still a chance we could go way up north over towards Stallber or way back down towards the south. I mean, there's even a chance we could go back over towards school.
Yeah, absolutely. With so much on the line here today, the teams are going to play a little bit more passive. We were wondering if there'd maybe be some hot drops or something like that, but so far, no one's really interested in kicking things off yet. Everyone's just trying to take territory and control as much as they can.
I feel like every single one of these teams were like, no, we need every point. Hell no, we're coming in with gusto today. Every person that drives by us, we're going to try to kill. We got Crow Crowd coming in. They're still got about 600 meters to go, and I think the closest team to them is still about 1.5 kilometers away, so should be able to rotate in fairly easy if they opt into staying towards edge. The problem with it is, if we do end up with a centralized circle, that is going to be very dangerous for a couple of these teams coming in late.
All right, Kendes, he is trying to get some shots onto Sophia, who is driving through from GEX, has to go all the way over to the beach to avoid damage. Crazy Sam is setting up here, though. A great maneuver here by Sam. Potentially could get this member of GEX. Gaba's here as well. No damage connected, though, from Gaba. Some pretty good rips. Finally able to get some shots, and can Crazy Sam finishes? Yes!
There we go! Sun Sister has been running this aggressive split on where they know people are going to rotate through. We talk about the gauntlet of teams. They're a gauntlet of one team right now with the way they set up. I've been really intrigued by the way Sun Sister plays out these early games, and it seems to be quite favorable for them. Where's that new circle going? And it's back a little bit centralized, but towards the west.
Yeah, heading more towards school, like you were kind of talking about earlier. Yasnaya, all of it still very in it here. And Sun Sisters is going to have to make a big rotation themselves. They covered a ton of territory on the eastern edge of the coast, but we've centered up a little bit, and a lot of teams are going to be on the move. Red Canids and Crow Crowd are up on the north there, so they're going to be trying to find some way in, and they're probably going to have to cross that bridge. Hopefully, they can get across safe.
This is such a dangerous place to play this early. You look at all these hills, all these trees. People could be hiding anywhere. Look how close these players are coming towards each other. Looks like Ribbo has an idea that Tanawat might be moving in front of him, feeding that information over. W-Click playing this a little bit more passive right now. Love the fact that we're getting the Toby eye tracking right now, so you can see how Armory Gaming and they're moving through this very difficult terrain piece and how they're trying to survey what's going on around them.
But look at the guns that Armory Gaming has, Matcham. I saw a shotgun and a VSS.
It's that late rotation because they were caught up so long just trying to find somewhere to loot, and they didn't get a good loot spot. Now they're just walking into a very dangerous spot right now. And look at this. I mean, what? We were probably about 20 meters away from two different teams. We've got Liquid also prepping the grenade. Going to go ahead and take out Shinobi potentially. That might be a little bit too far, but he's as good as dead right now unless reinforcements come over here. And I don't think that we're going to see anybody moving aggressively towards Liquid's position right now.
No, that's going to be Shinobi dead to rights here. Ibby's grenade did most of the damage. It looks like he is probably going to bleed out. I think at this point, Rascal Jester just needs to regroup, and the fight has broken out. Tanawat has been knocked by Rybo.
But Sun Sister is here as well. This is a 3-team fight. Tanawat is already down. Rybo's still trying to feed over that information to the rest of his team. Looks like Sun Sister might actually end up just crashing on the backside of Armory Gaming. Duckman's in a position to take a couple of shots, but can't connect due to a nice reposition coming up from Sun Sister. Armory Gaming already down 2. Just Duckman's alive right now. Is having to run back over towards that shack.
And nothing but a DP and an SKS available here for Duckman. The rest of Armory Gaming is getting cleaned up. Love the aggression here from Sun Sister. This is what I wanted to see out of them coming into today. Just play to your strengths, and that is fragging.
Leave nothing on the table. See every single person moving as potential points because you're going to need them all. Sun Sister actually at the top of the kill leaderboard. Good job with Gabba right now, but Duckman's full defensive. Got the DP down, just waiting for somebody to walk through there.
He's just going to have to hide and try to play the snake for Armory Gaming. Crow Crowd coming up here. They have set up. They went way south. They went south of school. They're to the northeast.
I think that's what they had to do. They came in so late. They just have to play back down towards the edge. There could be a team that's wrapping back around towards them. Team Liquid on the move right now, as well as Athletico doing a little bit of a reposition, trying to figure out exactly where they want to go. Slow moving through this. Looks like Team Liquid has found that their home that they're wanting to stop at. They do have Liquid. They have G2 that's coming up next to them, and Athletico as neighbors.
Look at this spread that Liquid has. You've got Jeems all the way over at the crossroads. Samty right in the middle of the field to the south of Yasnaya. Jemty and Ibby still in the southwest corner of Yasnaya.
Tires are stupid anyway. Who needs tires, right? I mean, just at this point, just drive out in the grass. It'll get you there sooner or later. Don't worry, it'll be fine. You're just driving across a wide open field with 56 alive. Sun Sister's thinking the same thing, but a lot of bullets coming his way right now as he gets dropped off of that, and that's going to be Gabba, who was our kill leader, but not going to be able to get any more.
Yeah, some good shooting there from W-Click, catching the Sun Sisters in transition. It's going to be interesting to see how they're going to push through. They've got Duckmans and the Rumblers in front of them as well coming into this next circle, which has still got a lot of Yasnaya in it.
This is going to be good for Team Liquid as they were having a little bit of trouble getting out of the spot. Now all those teams back over towards the east. Going to have to figure out what do we do inside of this forest. They're all stacked up next to each other. Looks like Liquid has decided, okay, James, just come back over towards us, maybe making his way back over towards Samty. They could have a nice split across this field, maybe try to collect a couple more points. Athletico making their rotation in on foot and in vehicles right now, trying to spot out Red Canids in their rotation.
Some excellent rotating here from Team Liquid, covering a ton of ground, knowing that there's still a lot of field in this circle. Giving themselves the southwest corner on Yasnaya gives them an easy out.
G2, you need points right now. You can't let these teams just keep driving by you. They're not even taking shots at these rotations or moving into any aggressive point. They're very low on the leaderboard, and every single point that they don't get could be huge for them.
This is a wild circle, but Yanis taking some shots at Rusty Zera, getting a little bit of damage in. Now doing some poke shooting there. Nothing else connecting. Rusty Zera is able to get into a ditch.
I like it. Yanis by himself deciding to go ahead and take the shots. Feels like it might be a little bit free. Get some aggro back towards him, but he should be able to make it back over towards his teammates. Just rotate, use the hill. Nice reposition coming out from him. Just has to keep caution as he's progressing through this, as he does have envy in between him and his teammates.
The messed up part about this circle is it is like 70% fields in Yasnaya.
Yeah.
There is not a lot to work with.
You're going to see it slowly. If it moves back over towards Yasnaya again, it's just going to be everybody crashing back into that location. I gotta say, we've seen some crazy rotations coming in when everybody decides that they just have to crash towards Yasnaya. It is just like 20 cars rolling in all at once, and it is a beautiful thing to watch.
Summer is going to be picking up that AUG. That's some nice addition, some nice firepower there for VC. Let's see if they could put it to use. They're still maintaining that compound. A lot of people call it a god compound up on top of that hill. You can see so much from up there. And now we've got G2 coming across them. They might be taking some shots. GEX has moved in just north of Team Liquid.
Oh no, Nellis going to be running right up next. W-Click Grenade's going to come out. Going to be a little bit too far. The spray
where he's going to try to connect most of it back over towards the vehicle, but the vehicle explosion does come through. He does manage to jump out of it, but does get knocked, so that's just going to be a flush, and that's G2 member down.
Yeah, VC picked up one of those kills. WClick gets the other one. So some big points here early. You can already see we've got some kills on the left there. Rybo's got 2, Summer's got 2. So a good start here for VC.
But I think that during rotation, Yanis also went down, so that's going to make it down to 2 members from G2 at this point. They do have the other 2 members in a complex and in control, but Crow Crowd still just trying to make it a little bit further forward, trying to meet up with their teammates. Looks like they've opted into a little bit of a dip. I think they should be able to make it from here on out, just provided, you know, you gotta slam on the brakes, be careful around your teammates, and actually, no, opting away from it, just gonna continue up and forward. I think the Crow Crowd's just trying to find a little bit more of that information they were trying to get earlier. New circle does pop, Yasnaya and Fields, that's about it.
This is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. QM and Team Liquid have about the safest compounds inside of this, and Duckman's is gonna go down.
That's going to be Armory Gaming, the first team out inside of this game. So now we go towards the fields and the craziness that's about to happen. It looks like Atletico has decided that they're just going to push directly up in this general direction. Run right into Team Liquid. Joseph gets knocked down from this, but the other members of Atletico are stopping right on top of it. Samty's looking back around this angle. He's not going to be able to spot out Flood very easily. Team's trying to go for the reposition back over towards this, but it's going to be Samty that just pops out, gets 2 of them real smooth.
Samty, a great job hiding inside of that crate. Atletico had no idea he was there. They do now. Flood's able to return fire. Just 9 hit points left. Jempty trying to provide some cover fire.
It's the support coming out from Yasnaya. They're trying their hardest to protect their boy. Got to be careful with these grenades back and forth. Flood's pretty low on life. Samty's trying to figure out what he's going to do in the situation. Grenade takes him down, and Atletico is eliminated. That means that Samty is going to be safe for now.
Big time moment there for Team Liquid. They are able to defend it. They lose Jeems along the way, but still 3 strong. Pick up some big kills for themselves.
Everybody is trying to figure out what do we do with this circle. It is just wide open Fields and Yasnaya. Right now we have about 6 teams vying for different points around Yasnaya, and everybody else is just playing along edge or trying to find some dip in that field to play.
This is just one of the most brutal circles you can have here. There is so much open space, not a ton of hard cover around, and Crow Crowd's trying to make the best of it they can.
And the problem with it is so many of these teams are already setting up a line on the southern part of Yasnaya. So if you decide to send it because you just realize you have nowhere else to go, you are going to die. So all these teams now force this. Play edge, figure out, okay, what dip can we maybe play? As you can see, G2 trying to use a car for cover at circle 4. Crow Crowd's trying to get a couple of shots back over towards the Canids, but looks like he's just going to retreat back and try to opt into grenades instead.
Oh, if this grenade can connect, it's going to be pretty good, but Psycho is able to get out of range of it.
They're
But
on
now
vehicles.
T2 and the others are coming in.
They tried to hop into vehicles to go for the reposition, but Crow Crowd decides to step up, take the shots back down towards them. Now got to be careful as retaliation shots come back for it. Psycho goes down inside of a vehicle explosion to follow that up. Now Taro looking at the backside of Crow Crowd, and that's going to be one of them dropped as Nookie just gets taken out of the game.
This is a 4-way battle. VC was even getting in on all of this. Misa trying to make something out of it. There's only 2 standing now for Crow Crowd. They do confirm the kill onto Andy.
With all that hesitation, trying to grab so much information, they wanted to make sure they had a clean rotation, and they could just never get all the information that they so desperately wanted. Meanwhile, Envy still on the hunt, throwing some long-range Hail Mary grenades, hoping maybe they will connect. The other 2 members of Crow Crowd just huddled down next to burning wreckage, trying to use it for cover.
Oh, Misa takes some big damage there as the grenades are starting and continuing here from Envy. We've got that one coming up short, though. Let's see if they can get another one through, if they have any more. I see Pride is cooking one right now, up and over, but it looks like that one is going to miss.
This positioning is just set up and ready to go. They know Envy. They are like, okay, we've got to get rid of these guys. We can't have them come back and backstab us. So trying to get a little bit more information. Smokes are out in different angles, so now starting to make the push across 2 different points. Now, Crow Crowd has to figure out how they're going to handle this. They don't have much cover to work with, so just retreating back a little bit further, hoping that the new circle is going to force Envy to move away, and it is, as it's another Yasnaya circle.
And I find it really interesting that QM moved into those apartments right away on the previous circle. They abandoned where Rusty Zera is now and moved out, and it looks like it's going to pay off for them. WClick's making an aggressive rotation. Moody's getting some long-range shots onto It's Chris.
That was some good follow-up from Taro and Moody there, connecting locking onto those. W-Click tried to make the push back over towards Yasnaya, but look at that mini-map. It is covered right now. They just got decimated, lost 2 of their members coming through. Rumblers trying to figure out, okay, where do we go next? They've got VC right up next to him, and here's this, the grenade might be able to connect. It's gonna roll back down right into the pocket, narrowly moving away from it. That's gonna be 2 down off of it. So now what do? VC's just gonna come running up this hillside, and Rumblers are just getting torn apart.
The Chinese team just dismantles the Rumblers there. Great use of their grenades. They had all the grenades available because they were able to sit on top of that compound for so long, never had to engage anyone except for long-range fights.
Team Liquid took a couple of long-range shots. You can see Abisa off to the side, down right now. Envy trying to get a little bit more control. Looks like Team Liquid's trying to get those reses off. Tide sitting at the top of the kills with 3 right now. I think most of those are probably Rumblers.
Yeah, a lot of that was the Rumblers. They caught some pieces of some other fights along the way as well, just because up on that hill they had so much vision of this circle. They were able to pick apart some of the other fights that were going on, but now we've got Ibby knocked over there.
Yeah, Liquid was trying to make the cross, throwing down the smoke wall, trying to make their way over there. It's going to be another grenade coming out from GEX. Now it is just Jimty. He is the last guy alive. This is twice now that there has been one member of Team Liquid trying to figure out how to do damage control and get the reses back over there. EB is just essentially dead. There's no way they can make the cross. You can see GEX playing it a little bit more aggressive, and Jimty's like, no, I can't die at this stage. They cannot go out in 13. Team Liquid can't afford that.
He's so low. Here comes some more grenades. That one just comes up short, hits in front of the wall. Ibby is gonna be confirmed by a nice grenade from Leo, but Samty does in fact go down, but the kill is gonna be stolen by Wu Fang.
Just sitting off the side, says, thank you. I'm glad that you crawled off this direction. I like that from Team Liquid. It's like, we're at least not going to give the kills to the guys that downed us. Let's at least move it over here and give it to someone else. So, really, it's the story of Yasnaya and everybody else that's not inside it right now. We've got Crow Crowd that has managed to make it over towards those yellows, just towards the south, but they do have one friend in Rusty Zero right next to him.
Well, it's been a quiet game here for the Red Canids. They've been beat up along the way. So let's see if Rusty can weather the storm. It's a 2v1 potentially. Envy is looking at this situation as well, but Envy's looking like they might want to move a little more west. G2 Brexico, he's the last one up there for them. So we are just waiting to see where this one goes.
It is VC, and everybody else in the fields is just almost dead at this point. We've got Envy that's running on 2 players. New Circle does pop, still maintains Yasnaya, so a lot of those guys that are towards the center part of Yasnaya feeling pretty good. Everybody that's still inside the fields is cussing at the top of their lungs.
Yeah, this is disastrous. It is going to be so hard to get in there. One team, or maybe 2, is basically going to be able to get in from the southern part of this. There just isn't a lot of cover to work with. All the teams inside the city will be able to see you moving around, so it's going to be difficult.
I don't think the Crow Crowd knows exactly where we can see Rusty Zira is at. They're throwing out grenades. I think that they probably heard some footsteps, but haven't been able to locate them yet. These guys are going to have to rotate fairly close to each other while they're going to have VC that's kind of overwatching this whole situation. If we see Crow Crowd decide to step around this corner, you can see Rusty Zira just ready to go. At least get one more point before he goes down, but I don't think that Crow Crowd's going to make the push that direction. Meanwhile, Envy, it's Send It time. At least get to that rock. They got Smokes out trying to get a little bit more cover for it. Moody's going to just drive right through them, but it's just going to be a ton of teams looking back down towards it. They do manage to make it to one hay bale and a second one just narrowly, and that's going to be their life for quite a while now as Rusty Zira slowly creeping on the move around here, looking through, and it's a reverse trap now as Crow Crowd is set up and waiting for him, and the shots come through, and that's going to be Red Canids eliminated.
All right, a disappointing start for the Canids today. Another point for Crow Crowd. They only have 2 members up, and they have a very difficult rotation ahead of them. You can see this. Hikari gets the knock onto Dome, and he is down, but more fire coming in from Hikari. He wants to see if he can get a little more of this.
So we got VC that's just playing in this position. They were kind of the kings of the field right now, but the problem with it is there's way more people inside the buildings right now, and so they have lots of nice high sight lines back down on this. It's going to be one of the members of Crow Crowd taken down from that same firing range. It's almost like everybody inside the city has decided to join forces against everybody in the field, and you can see it's going in the city's favor.
Yeah, the crisscross was coming there onto Teme. He had no chance. There were 3 or 4 teams shooting at him there. Now it's up to Misa for Crow Crowd. He's throwing down the smoke wall, trying to come up and over the hill, jumping up, seeing if he can get this grenade in onto Envy. Let's see if it's close. There's Liga, who's also shooting into this now. A little bit more damage taken onto Misa as Pride is running for his life.
This isn't even a third party anymore. This is just a 12 party. It's everyone shooting everything that they can see. And I gotta say, these Envy guys are just trying to scramble around, see if they can find anything for cover. Moody's still pretty in an okay spot, but he has to be very cautious if VC decides to look back this direction or Crow Crowd.
Yeah, VC, it's going to be difficult for them because they've got Detonator controlling their position. They can't really pop up too much, maybe a little bit, but it's risky for sure. You can see GYY trying to finish off Moody.
QM sitting at 6 kills right now, and it's just due to that position. New circle pops. QM still maintains their building control right now, and everybody at Yasnaya finally gets to see how it feels as they have to move their way into the fields as grenades coming back and forth. One of the members from Detonator is down, but you can see Sun Sister has a lot of company right on the other side of that wall. Has to be very cautious on how they choose to approach them.
Wow, watch Ragnar here up for W-click. He's solo in that building. His other teammates are in front of him, but he's the only one there. Does anybody have any clue that he is there? He could play the spoiler here for the Sun Sisters.
Let's just go ahead and throw down 8, 9, 10, 12 smokes at this point. That isn't even a road anymore. It is just a giant patch of fog as everybody's going to try to start making the push off the side of this. It's going to be Detonator slow moving off of it. Sun Sisters trying to get a more defensive position. Ragnar could come up big for them. He is a distraction towards Sun Sister. Meanwhile, Detonator is making the push over. Ragnar is going to get the down and a flush very quickly. That's going to put Sun Sister on the back foot, trying to figure out what the hell is going on around him. Crazy Sam's out walking through the smoke like, what's going on? Detonator's already made the cross and is just starting to walk through the rest of Sun Sister.
Oh, but they're getting blown up as they cross. Isco and Aqua 5 have gone down. Now it is Ragnar backing up the stairs, seeing if he can confuse a few more people. Hikari looking through the smoke. There isn't anything visible yet. You can see the smoke ticking down. It's really neat how you can see the timer going down on that smoke. Grenade coming down from Ragnar. It's just the stun. Hikari's in the bathroom popping.
He's pushing it.
And he knows Ragnar's gonna get him.
Decides to walk up, take it, gonna go ahead and spray him down. Ragnar is just holding that position. Looks like Wicked decided that he wants to join this party as well. Just heard the shots. Ragnar closes out, steps up, takes another one. Ragnar is just on fire.
Ragnar with 4 kills. 3 on Detonator, 1 on the Sun Sisters. What a positioning advantage he had there. He was just inside that house. No one knew he was there until it was too late, and he's able to blow up a couple different teams.
See his man to move back over towards the fields there. Have that position back over next to Moody. Going to go ahead and drop him down. A lot of these teams now condensing around the area we saw QM a second ago. Wesker's going to take the shots back over towards Ragnar. He is going to get taken out. This is a very dangerous peak. If you're Wesker, you're going to assume it low, and instead it's going to be that high position. Going to go ahead and drop him. Feed that information over very quickly. Sills is trying to figure out what he's going to do. He's going to get dropped out, and W-click is eliminated.
Jaws has just got to go. He's got to go. We'll see if he can get that res there. It's Baolang. He is looking around the corner. Gex is out here. He kind of knows, and man, this is tight. We are going to have a field finish.
You can see everybody stacked up around these buildings. Infantry is just trying to walk through it, and it's just death and destruction off to the side. Meanwhile, GEX is just trying to hold the line for themselves. This was their home for quite a while, and everybody's trying to encroach back over towards it. So we've got Leo on the outside. You can see Longster's just going to go ahead and throw out a grenade, see if maybe he can get something out of that. Rascal Jesters back over towards the east, trying to figure out if they're going to make an approach onto it. So many teams damaged right now, trying to just do as much damage control as possible.
Well, GEX has a really nice position here to contain a lot of these teams. The problem could be VC coming in. They might be able to third-party them as they try to blockade this exit out of Yasnaya.
Like this, QM has opted for the high ground, get more control over it. Sooner or later, it's probably going to move away from you. Circle's going to be harder, as you can see right now. But for this moment, you can get a lot of information, maybe pick up those really needed kills. Goes for the jump across, not going to quite connect. Not going to take a ton of damage, though, but that's what those smokes are there for. Thank you, Infantry, for dropping those. So now looking back over towards it, shot's going to come out from Infantry, and GYY is just going to lay down.
Yeah, he's just going to try to get this heal off. Grenades are cooked and coming through from Lin. GYY is going to get caught by a very nice grenade from Lin. He is basically dead to rights. The circle is in and on him. His teammates are trying to open the door for him. Wu Fang cooks a grenade. Is he just going to throw it in?
Oh, but
look at this, Locksker.
Locksker decides to push in. The rest of Infantry is following right back behind that. They're using the smokes that they're trying to go for the res right now, and instead capitalizing off of that moment, trying to move through, and GYY is feeding the information like, I hear footsteps. You guys got to keep retreating.
All right, GYY is able to successfully crawl all the way in here. What a move by him. Now we've got Liga bouncing a grenade down and under. Is he gonna catch any members of Infantry with that? And you can see this is where this is all gonna end up, right in the middle of nowhere.
If you wanna see chaos, whenever you Molotov yourself, that's when you know things are going wrong. The push is coming down for QAM, and they just walk down onto Infantry, take them down. So that moves us down to 10 alive with 4 teams up and active.
All right, Chaiwei trying to hold down this angle. It's going to actually be Liga that is going to find the Rascal Jesters. They get a 4th place, a decent finish, not too many kills for them.
But VC has the control on the outside right now, as well as GEX. Right as soon as we see QM have to move out of this position, it's going to be so bad for them. VC still on the hunt, sitting at 9 kills, just taking those shots back over towards GEX, and they're like, no, everybody that leaves Yasnaya is going to be ours. Stepping up now, moving forward into those aggressive spots. It's another shot coming out from VC, and DJ Boy shows up
there on that east end, fighting for control around the mansion area is being a really challenging position.
And here we go. We're moving into match number 2 on day number 3. Where are we going to end up going? We've got a plane path coming back over from the east, just a touch north of Lippo, and then making its way over Gatka to finish out. So, fairly easy plane path for a lot of these guys, but are they in their own heads yet? Do they still have the capabilities to clutch? Can they rebound from a bad game? There's a lot on the table right now for these teams.
I am really curious to see how Armory Gaming can recoup. I feel like they had an opportunity to just bomb way up north, up towards like Stalber or Kameshki or something early on there. Had they had the knowledge that no teams were going to be up there, there would have been some free loot available for them, because we saw one of the big problems became for them that they were literally carrying shotguns around.
Yeah, they had a very rough early game, and then that set them off, sending them over towards the forest. Now we can see that Team Liquid making their push back down towards Pachinki. I'm sorry, Liquid, you guys got Pachinki all to yourselves, can rotate at the time that you want, had 3 members that moved in towards Yasnaya, and then it kind of fell apart. I hope the fact that they can figure out whatever is going on and turn it on right now. VC already securing themselves a vehicle, making their push over to the side. Armory Gaming doing the same. I don't think that we're seeing any craziness happening with Armory Gaming this time, as they drop fairly close to each other.
Yeah, this is nice from Armory Gaming.
Other than hitting that.
Other than a little vehicle mishap. This is nice for them. Oh, boy.
Oh, okay. All right. So here we go.
I don't even want to finish my thought about Armory Gaming. Wow.
And coupled with a plane path, this is kind of mean, to say the least. But good if you're a Sun Sister fan, because these guys love to cut up towards the north. You can see that AG was like, hey, let's make our way back down towards the south. Never mind, let's go back towards the north now. So gonna be Envy landing down towards Milta. A lot of our teams decided to go back down towards that southern coast of the main island, and that means they're gonna have a trek ahead of them.
It's become a really popular area for teams to loot across all of the competitive PUBG regions. Unfortunately for a lot of them this time, the circle goes way north. I want to go back to the Sun Sisters real quick. This is a win condition for them. They're basically given about the best circle. They have tons of time and tons of room to maneuver right now. How are they going to take advantage of this? Because most likely this circle is going to end up somewhere north of the river.
I mean, the river is kind of the dividing line. We talk about it a lot whenever we see one of these circles. There's all those little mini bridges. You can sometimes see some smaller bridge camp set up, or at least a lot of teams kind of positioning for sight lines to maybe get a kill here or there. So now, Sun Sister, they have the early terrain in their backyard. GEX to a certain degree as well. Atletico is inside the circle, but they're south of the river, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see them make a move as well.
Atletico, another team that has gotten their preferred drop spot back. Razak has been contested at times for them. Now no one's contesting it. We saw it in the scrims that people were contesting it, but right away, making this early rotation. Me too. Exactly. This is exactly what they need to do. Get the positioning. They need the points.
This is where you know, okay, these guys have done a little bit of research. They know where most of the guys are pretty comfortable at dropping at. So go ahead and grab the vehicles, make your way early, claim your territory, and try to stake it out. Try to get those kill points like we were talking about. 2-3 points separates so many teams right now. A kill every game could decide this entire thing.
Right, everything matters. Everything is so important. Each kill you get. I love the point system because it keeps things so tight and so interesting, and you really want to make sure you confirm those kills that you get.
So Team Liquid looks like they were kind of scouting up along that direction. GEX kind of separated out on the other side of the river waiting. QM on the move as well. A lot of our teams back down towards the south. I want to say we still have about 5 that haven't started moving towards the circle yet. Probably have about 2, maybe 3 kilometers each to move. So these early rotators actually being closer towards the circle is going to pay off big.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Atletico's already set up in the middle. Sun Sister still looting Severny and shooting range. They haven't made their rotation yet, so I'm kind of worried that that might come to bite them a little bit. We'll see. Maybe the utility is better for them since they're a fragging
That's
team.
surprising me coming out from Sophia, being the only person in that position. If you're going to hold that spot, usually you have multiple people waiting. So that way when somebody drives through, you can just mow someone down. And instead, Team Liquid can just kind of waltz through that bridge, run right by GEX and one of the members from Red Canids as well, and just go wherever they want.
Yeah, this is a nice move by Team Liquid here. Early rotation, getting in there, taking it, even though they're outside of the circle in Pachinki, again, despite getting their drop location back. I mean, that's the wild part, right? These circles have been pretty drastic, the first 2 we've had, but this time, once again, making a nice early rotation. See if they can hold it down, because right now, the confidence seems to be a little shaky for them.
Crow Crowd really likes Everest. That is there. This time it makes a lot more sense than last time. You get a lot of vision up on that position. So moving over there, Envy making their rotations right next to VC, who's running a very extended 2-2 split. Looks like they might be doing a little bit what Toffees would talk about, playing a little bit safer, sending 2 members in, try to claim a location, have the other guys follow up back behind it. But CC making their push over there, as well as W-Click right now, going to be following around the Gatka area, making their way up past next to Everest, which hopefully Crow Crowd saw.
We'll see exactly what's going to happen. Crow Crowd's already loaded up into vehicles off of Everest, so they might not see W-Click coming up behind them necessarily. So looks like for now, Crow Crowd's just going to cross the bridge and maybe set up at that compound Leo there, trying to pop some shots onto the red Canids and trying to take that tire out.
So Crow Crowd's going to be coming along a similar path to that. Envy is just following through. Going to go around Yasnaya up towards the north. I like this. Just negate the river. I mean, there is a little bit of a choke point that's just to the northwest of Yasnaya, so you can kind of move through that. But no teams are playing it right now, so this should allow for an easy rotation coming in for them.
Yeah, I love this rotation coming in between Stalber and Yasnaya. It's generally pretty safe. There's a lot of hills and angles you can use to kind of keep teams from being able to pick you off along the way. Rumblers making their way up top, and here we go. Here is Sun Sister trying to box in QM.
Trigger discipline right there. I like it. Feed the information over, let your team kind of reposition if they want, take the shots when everybody's ready because you already know where they're at. Rumblers making a fairly long rotation where we talked about Envy went to the south of Stalber. These guys went all the way to the north of Stalber, and they've got Detonator right in front of them, so it's going to be a little bit of a caravan making its way towards the safe zone. All these guys are inside the safe zone right now, but nobody wants to play this close towards the water. So one thing to note, Sun Sister has been running this crazy split, and it's been paying off. They always net a kill. Here or there in the early game, they're running right along the northern part of the coast. Know how people are going to rotate. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them net one of these kills.
Absolutely, they could pick off somebody from Detonator along the way. And here you go, Crazy Sam trying to pick up some shots. No real damage coming through there for him. The other members of Sun Sister now have the information. They are on the move to try to pick off Detonator.
They're all on a nice little bit of a line to set up. Looking how everybody's moving through here. Crazy Sam living up to his name, just running back down towards Detonator, trying to see where they were repositioning to. Detonator's decided to cross back over towards this building, so it's going to be Kandesu, who's had a big game so far. I feel like he's one of the big powerhouses for this team, but he has a ton of Detonator members around him. Sun Sister trying to reposition, provide some support, and he's just going to get instantly dropped. So Sun Sister has to go, nope, we got to play damage control now, retreat away from this.
Wow, really nice job by Hikari to get those headshots in and out duel Kendes. He has been really, really good yesterday, but today it is not quite the same start for him.
So Moody's going to run right down into Severny, and that's going to be the Rumblers looking back down towards him. Lots of damage has gone through, but somehow he narrowly makes it towards the building. Meanwhile, the rest of Envy is back behind this, playing along the beach line. Terragate's got himself a little bit of an angle, but Microfry does manage to spin back around over this and down and flush Moody.
All right, so Envy is kind of boxed outside of the north side of Severny. Rumblers are in. Pat Caps is in a world of trouble right now. A vehicle and a smoke there for him, trying to get his health back up. Wicked looking to be he's always the information gatherer for Detonator, so he's out there just leading the way, trying to see what's going on their western flank. And W-Click making their move as well. They went way across the western bridge of Georgia Pole to get into here.
And here's the problem with how Sun Sister was playing inside the split. It's great if you get the kills, but if you don't, you can see now everybody's encroaching in the area. Pat Cap's just trying to drive this battered, broken vehicle away from the Rumblers and get to somewhere that's minutely safer than just laying across a beach. It's going all of 2 miles an hour. He jumps out of the vehicle, trying to use it for cover, run alongside of it, hoping that it's going to explode, maybe give him a little bit more, but it gives it a boost. He narrowly makes it out of the sight line of Los, and I think he might be able to make it to safety.
Great run there by Pat Caps. He's able to use that vehicle, got out of it very well, slowed it down enough that he didn't really take any damage when he jumped out, didn't accidentally knock himself.
I want to know what shoes he's wearing right now,
Can
because those shoes gave him a little bit extra go. We got Silsland looking back over towards everybody on BC. These guys had themselves a good game. Tide spins back around, gets a little bit of damage back towards Silsland, but it's all around a shack. You can see W-Click separated out, starting to throw out a couple of grenades, but look in the background, it's going to be Team Liquid looking back on this, feeling like they want to party as well. Tide is down. It's a lot of damage control going on inside the shack as smokes are coming down. They really want to get Tide back up. He's been a damaging force for them, but with grenade is not going to allow it. W-Click just running in, trying to mop up every kill that they can get that is laying in front of them.
W-Click is now under fire a bit from Team Liquid and the surviving members of VC. They're going to clean up 2 of VC, but 2 are still left. And now Sun Sisters getting involved. Crazy Sam from out of nowhere is going to knock Rybo.
W-Clicks trying to get something out of this. They're trying to take their time, get the meds back up, but Ribbo did go down due to this. VC making a push off to the side. Look at this, just running the motorcycle up. Silent mode. He's coming up like a ninja. Nobody's going to expect it. He just goes for the spray inside there. Doesn't really connect that much. Instead, they get spun back around on, and that's going to be DJ Boy going down.
Silzen accidentally takes down his teammate in that, so it's 2 up for W-Click inside of the shack, I guess.
I guess the DJ push kind of paid off for them in the end. Meanwhile, okay, Sun Sister, look at all the loot that's down there. Ragnar's going to take the shots off on Crazy Sam, and W-Click's still looking at this loot like, man, this is a shopping mall right now.
I mean, I love the aggression by Sun Sister trying to third-party this. No idea that Ragnar was still outside of this. They figured everybody had made their way up to this shack. Was not the case, and they're going to be down to just 1 member.
A lot of EU fans paying attention to the kill feed right now, not going to be too happy as it's going to be G2 and Team Liquid exchanging shots back and forth at each other. We've got Rascal Jester that's been hanging outside the blue for quite a while, finally made their way over towards Georgia Pool. Still not inside the safe zone yet, and you can see moseying along and no rush at all. They just want everybody else to fight and make their life easier. But nice little shots coming out here as GEX playing down towards the lower part of this bunker and gonna go ahead and get a kill out of it.
Yeah, I don't think Zhao Yang had any idea that somebody wouldn't necessarily be in there. It's so risky to come down inside of those bunkers. They're just death traps if anybody sniffs out that you're in there.
Okay, a couple of members of Envy are like, okay, Severny is not the play, so let's just go ahead and run back over towards the blue. Figure out some new path that we can come back around onto this. I mean, it's an earlier circle. Sure, it's super settings. It's gonna hurt. But this leaves Taro to kind of defend this home territory back over here. Get the vehicle and now make a much longer rotation, but this is gonna burn a lot of their stims and meds.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting maneuver here from Envy. I kind of like it. Something unexpected, something different. You got to go for it here.
Is Pride going to go back for Taro? I mean, is that the
might.
play? Is that why they decide to opt into the other spawn, go back and get the car, leave one as a safety anchor and send the other one in to maybe get him? I don't know. We'll have to see. I think that Pride's just moving to back down towards the south. So we've got Team Liquid. They do have themselves a nice high ground position right now. They can see a lot of what's going on. I'm surprised they didn't get more involved with what was going on with W-Click. It felt like there was a lot of opportunities there for them.
Yeah, they had a high angle on it, but there was just so much chaos in there. I think Team Liquid wanted to try to play it safe, play it for the late game potentially. They're getting beat up in team fights a lot, so maybe there's a little bit of nervousness in that situation for them as well. Circle went to the east pretty hard, so shooting range at dead center, and QM's already set up shop there.
All right, Sun Sister, they've got 2 members left, kind of looking around, got to be cautious. Rumblers looked like they were going to go ahead and try to take a little bit more control over that bunker, trying to park the vehicle outside, kind of create its own door. Sun Sister taking a couple of shots back over towards GEX. At least go ahead and take out the tires, be like, if I can't kill you, I'll at least kill your mode of transportation.
There are actually 2 members left here for Sun Sister. I was wrong. I forgot about Gaba because he was so far away from that fight that was going on between W-Click and them and VC. And here we go. Infantry's coming up. We got W-Click in a battle with QM trying to gain control of the shooting range. Just some shots being exchanged. No real damage. Looks like GYY took a little bit.
Oh, that
easy.
could be quite big. Remember, Silzen went off to the side of this trying to get a different position, different firing angle for it. So now Ragnar has to figure out, okay, do I defend myself or can I get this res off? Gets the reposition coming out from Wu Fang, trying to get in a spot where he can throw down this grenade. They know that they want to go for it. So if he can surprise this, if he cooks it long enough, going to go right out and over the head. Not going to see if it connects. Doesn't look like it did. Heard it off in the distance there. So G2 looks like they're trying to make their way back over towards this. Next grenade still goes out a little bit far, but you can see everybody's laying down, taking a lot of damage off of it. Fang still has a couple more grenades to work with. That bounce and roll might be enough, but just not quite enough.
Wow, W-Click just narrowly avoiding disaster. Wu Fang still has 2 more frags left. Now Samty's coming in. He's got both members of W-Click. He's going to confirm onto Ragnar, but it's going to be Wu Fang who steals Herald.
There you go. This is what we wanted to see from you, Liquid. Start being aggressive. You guys have some firepower. Start using it. Lean in. Start getting those third parties in effect. Now go ahead and make Infantry's life a little bit more miserable. Force them to play back next to this. They'll be able to control so much terrain around them. Meanwhile, QM, I feel like they have a strong spot for now if it ends here. The problem is if they have to try to extricate from them, that's going to be rough.
Anytime you're coming in and out of shooting range, it can be pretty challenging. There's actually quite a bit of vision from the hills surrounding it, so any team that is up and over there can see you. So it makes it really challenging. You can see Silzen, he is stuck on the outside because Team Liquid was shooting at him. Detonator is coming in now. They send Wicked way ahead of the rest as per usual.
Rumbler's still hanging out next to Severny. They're running a 2-2 split. We did see them go and get control over that other bunker. I would want to point out, there's a lot of pop tires. Every vehicle that we have seen so far has had some form of damage, pop tires onto it. Really, everybody's making the rotations miserable at this point. You can see that looks like a care package is going to be coming through and dropping off some presents from heaven there, but I wouldn't be surprised. It feels like anytime that happens, it's just a trap.
You feel like it whenever you're playing pubs, that whenever one of those crates comes down, you're like, well, this is a trap.
Army's got a pretty gifted one right now. I mean, in their position, they can just kind of go ahead and grab it. I'm willing to bet Duckmans will want to get it, but you can see New Circle has popped, still has shooting range inside of it. 2-2 split coming up from Rumblers. They're going to have to rejoin, and a ton of the teams back over towards the west are going to need to make their way closer towards shooting range in that giant hill just to the south of it.
Yeah, and we saw Athletico make that aggressive early rotation, and now it is paying dividends for them as they are still inside of the circle. They've got a nice 2-2 split going, able to control a lot of the southwestern area of the circle. So Armory Gaming is going to maybe cross their sight line potentially, but oh boy, this is Rascal Jester sending it again.
Send it to rest. I like that. Just jumps in the window. Is like, oh, okay, what's going on around me? Let's go ahead and prep some grenades. Maybe get some guns ready. No rush on this. He's already inside there. I mean, right as soon as that vehicle just hit the wall, he jumped out, vaulted in. He's now waiting. And see, G2's like, what? Where's he at? How did he get away with this? Rascal Jester pushing up back behind this. You can see trying to play along the hillside, so that's information being fed over. But Crow Crowd also looking back towards this, going to be following up back behind them. If we see Rascal Jester not looking back behind them, they could be in a lot of trouble right now as Crow Crowd wants to move on this. G2 is looking at a rotating Red Canids right next to them. Yanis still making sure to keep an eye on that hill, know that maybe something's coming soon.
Big battles coming up here for Crow Crowd. They have to defeat Rascal Jester, and they knock all three of them in rapid succession. There is only going to be Mushamaru left for Rascal Jester.
So what was an aggressive push to get information is now the last man alive. You can see G2 hears that, was starting to make the push back over and is like, no, okay, I'm just going to go meet up with my friends now. Mexico now finding himself in a rotation point. Santi goes down in a fiery exchange back and forth across this hillside. That's going to be Abisa as well. James is looking back down towards the Red Canids, trying to polish this off. Does get another down out of it, but there's a lot of bullets exchanging across this hillside.
It is going to come down to two members of Team Liquid here to try to get this done. James and Jempty, the last two standing, as Ibby has now gone down as well. The Canids doing so much damage, and Jempty getting a little bit more onto Psycho. Psycho able to reposition just enough so he doesn't take any more shots.
Oh no, Crow Crowd is rotating back around. They hear this firefight. They might be able to sneak up right back behind Team Liquid right now. They have to be so cautious. There's a lot of utility being burned. That's a giant red flag for anybody that's rotating in late going, okay, we know where they're at. It's going to be James going down. Now it's just Jempty running back, but if he retreats, it's going to be right into the arms of Crow Crowd, who's pushing up the side. Tiksu's going to have vision on him in just a second, does line it up, goes for the shot, and Team Liquid goes out in 15.
Tragedy strikes again for Team Liquid. They get a few kills, but it's just not enough. They need to start scoring points if they want to have a chance to make it to the semis next weekend.
And now Crow Crowd can just run down this hillside and get all of the points, all of the work that Liquid has done. You can see trying to get the reses up right now. There's still smokes down. Crow Crowd's just playing along these trees, getting other downs, following up on the damage. That's Red Canids eliminated, and 7 kills for Crow Crowd right now, but finally a down comes out towards them.
Now there's a couple teams looking into Crow Crowd. You've got G2 and Athletico, and even potentially the last member of Sun Sister, Fiachan, never mind.
Yeah, every single time. It's like, maybe. No,
Forget
he's just going to go ahead and go down. G2 still has control over that building complex, so it's right on the edge of the circle. You can see Envy did make a rotation off towards the east of shooting range. Going to pop back over towards them as AG, Rumblers, and Envy, the ones inside the circle right now. Well, kind of armored game, pretty close to it, but that makes all these teams in shooting range. That's going to be rough. They have to disengage from this, figure out some way out. We already talked about almost all the tires are already popped, so that's going to be a run and gun situation into the circle.
Yeah, get ready for madness here. Isco, they've lost Aqua 5, have Detonator. They picked up 2 kills onto Hikari, their top fragger in the PKL in the last phase. And now there is a couple other teams on the Southwest. You got about 4 teams fighting over the Northwest, 3 on the Southwest, and I tell you what, this is a big moment for Armory Gaming, who has the southern end of the circle all to themselves.
And Atletico, there are a ton of teams walking towards them right now. They could get a lot of points out of this. Already sitting on 4 kills, shots going back and forth, and you can see Tixu's already down. Atletico has to be cautious, though, because both of these teams are pincering from 2 different points. They have to be so cautious. Extreme is caught up looking back over towards Yanis Nelos. Brex goes right up and in his face. The spray's going to come out, and that's one member of Atletico down. Going for the flush instantaneously. Now looking for more. They knew that they were caught up in a firefight, but he is so close, doesn't see him behind the tree, and that's going to be one of the members going down.
A great reaction by Flood to get Brexico down. That was a crucial moment for them, and look at this. Because of this, this is buying Crow Crowd the time to try to get these reses off. Flood is moving down the hill. Atletico realizing that they have to deal with G2. G2 ends up cleaning up Crow Crowd.
Just looks back down that angle, picks those up, easy peasy. G2 making their way across the hillside. Flood has hopped inside of a vehicle and is just trying to run down. The rocks pop out right in front of him. Gonna try to use that for cover, but as you said, Armory Gaming, they have a lot of beautiful sight lines back over towards this, and they're trying to push back over towards this fight. They know that there's weakened players around here. DMG running out in front with the grenade, definitely in range of Flood right now. Gonna toss it out. Is Flood gonna be able to react in time? And no, that's gonna be 2 kills going over to Armory Gaming.
Armory Gaming with a very nice push. They know they need these points, and this is when they are at their best, when they are being nutty. They just come in, third-party fights, catch teams completely off balance, and start wiping them out.
Here comes a push down from G2. They're going to opt into playing the top part of that hill that's still in play. Armory Gaming, I think, very aware of that, but we still have a lot going on over towards shooting ranges. QM trying to mop up what's going on around them. GEX, last couple of members still outside and in the blue right now, trying to get a shot off, maybe get one more point out of it, but it's going to draw a lot of attention back towards him. That's going to be GEX getting eliminated in 6th place, and now G2 has the sight line back over towards this, but Armory Gaming has G2 back in front of them and going to go ahead and take the shots towards it.
I want to see Armory Gaming just keep pushing west, keep pushing north, clear out this side of the circle, pick up some kills, but it looks like they're content with what they have for now and want to reposition.
All right, so kind of a lull moment right now. New circle pops, gonna favor Envy. Rumbler's still playing inside of that bunker off to the side of this. QM still has a couple, well, they have 2 members that they can make a play with, as well as G2 off to the side with 1. Armory Gaming hopping in their vehicles. Looks like they might opt into maybe making a vehicle fortification, go for that one building that's just south of Envy. Looks like Envy doesn't have a clean sight line to really take anybody out towards it, so Armory Gaming gonna be able to run up, send it, and get this one for free, but G2 Yana's gonna walk right into one of the members, does get the spray down onto him, picks up another point for him, so that moves him up to 6, and has himself a little dip for now to med up from.
Yep, he's got just enough time before the circle starts closing in on him to get his heels off and get up and running again. One member of QM over there in front of him. Let's see if he can get... He cannot get a shot on to Easy here. The head pops up from Easy, isn't able to really connect. Easy gets a few shots in return. Now Easy's gonna pop down himself and try to wait this out, see if he can find Yanis. Yanis is gonna cook a grenade. Can Easy get the shots? He gets one, but it's Waldo who gets him.
Oh, that grenade does do a lot of damage, and that's gonna slow him down even more. The Rumblers did hear what was going on, taking a couple of shots off to the side of this. Duckman's now regrouping with the rest of Armory Gaming, as it feels like it's gonna be Envy and Armory Gaming looking towards each other, with the Rumblers off to the side of this, still looking back over towards Easy.
Armory lost Tanawat in transition there. I'm really curious to see how much that is going to hurt them when it comes down to it. When we start getting towards these final circles, Rumblers are going to finish off QM. That's 4th place for them. So it's a 2v3v3 with 2 NA teams and the last surviving team from SEA coming up.
All right, so we've been talking about Duckmans quite a bit. He can have an influence on a game. What can he do in this situation? Everybody's already got their little part of the circle carved out. So now it's just a little bit more information gathering, trying to burn off armor, helmets, get any shots in that you can to weaken these opponents before this last fight. 8 people alive, 3 teams up and active. I believe it is a 3v3v2 in this situation, with Rumblers being the low man.
This is where you need your superstars to shine. Duckman is the superstar for Armory Gaming. This is a big moment. Can he come up for them here and get them some desperate points that they need so much?
Envy has a lot of control inside this complex, but I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to handle Pride. He's separated off away from the rest of his team. You can see how Armored Gaming is kind of stepping up, trying to use that hill, trying to use it for a little bit more cover, but get that information, get those shots off as well. Pride doesn't have a sight line towards Armored Gaming really too much with where those buildings are set up. So he's kind of useless in his position except to maybe protect how Rumblers decides to move, but that feels like that's a huge cost with very little benefit.
Yeah, he's just trying to cover the back end, make sure there's not somebody sneaking up behind Envy. We know because we can see the map that they're quite clear, and this is an Armory Gaming favored circle. So now, this is a real big opportunity for them. Can they hold this through?
You can see Rumblers still playing off to the side of this, figuring out how they want to make their approach. Near on no cover in front of them. They're just going to have to kill their way to some form of safety, be it a tree or a rock. Meanwhile, Armored Gaming could have good sight lines on both of these teams as they move in. Envy is aware that if they want to make a push, they need to get some type of down, they need to get some control, or they're going to have to use a ton of utility just to try to make their way back over towards something. You can see smokes now starting to come out. Everybody's realizing, okay, it's got to be time. Pride still has himself a vehicle that's probably going to be the reposition point as another tire goes out. I'm telling you, this game just doesn't believe in tires.
I love it. That is some great shooting from Armory Gaming as that tire scrapes its way across the road, and Pride is going to have to bail out of it. He isn't going to get much else done. Rumblers are in a lot of trouble here, Matchroom. There is not much room for them to maneuver. There isn't a lot of hard cover available. Some smokes are out. Can they find the angles to somehow get in?
You can see all these guys throwing smokes separated out from where they are right now. None of them dropping smokes directly at their feet because the lack of cover, they know that's death. So they're trying to throw out smokes a little bit further, then throw up a follow-up smoke to use that block different angle. Looks like Cherry Poppin's just going to try to get the UAZ in towards the circle, use that for some form of cover right over here next to this tree. That's multiple members of Envy just going full on send it mode. They're just pushing right over towards that little bit of a lip, and they're going to be able to get it, but grenades are going to start coming out. They're all going to roll a little bit too far off the get-go. That initial salvo not getting it, but look at PatCap's reposition. He's right up next to where we see Armory Gaming, but Taro goes down to a bouncing grenade, but there should be time to be able to go over there and get the res. How much grenades do they really see on Armory right now? Looks like they're going to have to stop for a second.
Yeah, if they've got some more, that's a molly that's going to come up short. So potentially Envy is going to be able to get the revive here. Armory Gaming does not want to cede this lip. They won't push up over and try to pick that off. They can't because of Rumblers.
Rumblers are holding the angle. Cherry Poppin's on a long rotation out in the open, using the distraction, trying to see if maybe he can find an angle. DMG, it's going to be Skeet taking the shots back over towards Waldo as he runs towards that rock and should be able to make it. That push coming out from Envy really unsettled Armory Gaming, and they're just trying to figure out, where do we put our focus at?
Great opportunity for Rumblers, and they took advantage of it, but Duckmans is going to find Waldo, going to try to get the confirmation with the frag. It is going to come up a little bit short, doesn't even clip the vehicle.
So we've got Cherry Poppins just hiding out in the field right now. Duckman seems to know exactly where he is, just trying to get that information, but this has pulled Duckmans away from the Envy push. Any aggression that they decide to do over towards it, because you can see Skeet trying to move along the outside of this, trying to get a new position so that way if they need to make some type of aggression over towards anything that Envy's trying to set up, they have somebody set and ready to go. So now it's all about reactionary. It's about who has to make the first move, who gets that good sight line back over, and Envy using the car, making that push over there, still has a ton of utility that they can burn at this point. They still have all of their smokes, so that gets them a little bit more room.
Yeah, the circle shifted away from Armory Gaming, so they have to push up and over the hill. Is Cherry Poppins going to play spoiler for them and give the win condition to Envy? Skeet is up on the roof just trying to cover the Envy push, but Envy doesn't have to move.
There's a lot of high ground that favors Armory right now, and Envy seems to be aware of it. That's why they're trying to use the smokes, trying to use these rock repositions. But that's two members coming up from Armory Gaming trying to circle around the outside of this hill, while Pat is trying to move over the place that he knew Armory Gaming was at. But there's just one member holding this position right now. Skeet being very patient on it, and looks like Duckman's also wanting to move into that aggressive point. Is he going to be able to see PatCaps off of this? If he steps up, it's very hazardous. But here's the shots coming out from PatCaps. That's Duckman starting to move a little bit more aggressive. You can see he's glancing back down towards the mini-map. Like, okay, where are they going to be at? That's going to be a nice little push coming up from PatCaps. Goes for the shots, takes a little bit of damage, but now knows exactly where one of the members are. Looks back over towards Duckman, goes for the spray. Damage back and forth, but it's going to be Pat that goes down. No real follow-up capable coming through from Envy right now.
Duckmans with a great outplay onto PatCaps. PatCaps just not able to get those peaks going onto Skeet or Duckmans. He does some damage, but ends up getting knocked in the cross. So here comes Skeet on the right-hand side, finishing off Pat Caps. Some smokes are coming down from Duckmans as we now have our final circle. All the teams are going to get pushed into each other.
We have Skeet and Duckmans playing the low ground now, up close next to Envy. Off to the side of that's going to be DMG. Very aware. Cherry Poppins is still there. Duckman's playing this little bit of a lip, gets him a little bit more vision. Looks like he's going to play it aggressive. Run towards the smokes that Envy has set. Take the shot. Taro should be aware that the push could be coming. Duckman's just running through it, trying to see if he can spot out. Runs right in front of Taro, goes for the spray on one, gets a second one, and now it is all on to Cherry Poppins, looking back over towards Armory Gaming, about to make their push. Skeet drops down to his chest. DMG did go down inside of that, so it is Duckman's and Skeet back over towards Cherry Poppins.
Who is going to be the hero? Is it going to be Cherry Poppins, or is it going to be Duckmans or Skeet for Armory Gaming? Cherry Poppins has a little bit of an advantage here on the high ground. He can prone down, but now he's going to get up. He's got Duckmans on his left.
Duckman
Skeet
sees
on
him.
the right. Duckmans has got the spray, and he's going to get him.
Duckman's on your screen. He is the star player at the moment here at the elimination stage based off of that previous performance. Infantry on the move early. No surprises there considering the circle that we've seen. They're going to go straight past Lighthouse and all straight down to military base.
And on the other end of the island, on the eastern bridge, G2 also making an early rotation across that bridge to make sure that they claim a spot of their own on the island as well. It's, you know, the way the circle is shaping up, you got to assume maybe favoring the eastern edge a little bit, but we can never tell anything. Uh-oh, DMG, yeah, by himself here. Sun Sister paying attention to those parachutes, seeing where the drops were coming, and they want a piece of Mr. DMG here.
Certainly do. The points are going to matter because Sun Sister 31 on the rankings, 33 points for Armory Gaming, and not only picking up the point, but then also wounding an enemy there that you really need to do. What's going to be interesting with this circle, now I'm not much of an analyst, but obviously what we saw yesterday for Team Liquid, dropping north of Pachinki, we saw one circle that actually went down to Sosnovka Island, and they wanted to get to the bridge, and they got there too late because they weren't on their usual rotation path. Now, look, well, unfortunately you can't see, but they've moved so early here as Kadesu is closing in on Duckman's, and for Armory Gaming, it's a tough start. DMG knocked down, of course, he's going to be finished off. He was by himself. Duckman's is also by himself here too. Armory Gaming just had some success, and it might automatically backfire here in Game 3.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we've been seeing from Duckman recently here, is that he's just been getting caught out very early here, as we see Gaba already making his way over. There's a unoccupied Ghost Dacia making its way across as well, but look at this, Duckman wants a piece of this. He's got a limited amount of ammo. He knows he's got to push it. He gets Kendesu down to about half. Just past half, and he's going to get the down as well, but look at Crazy Sam is coming.
Yeah, he's right there, pulls up, but he pulls up too far away, can't save Kendesu. And now all Crazy Sam has done is make it a 1v1. There's that Team Liquid rotation that I was talking about. They're able to now get across the bridge super, super early, something they weren't able to do yesterday. Of course, now that they've got Pachinki to themselves, and we'll see how that plays out for Team Liquid. Maybe this will be their game here. Duckman has so far made something out of nothing, but he's still got 3 members of Sun Sister around this location. A 1v3 here for Duckman's.
19 rounds in that AK. I'm not sure what he's holding. He's got a Vector. I don't know how much ammo he's got for that, but looks like SST might be discretion, might be a little bit better part of Valor. No, Gaba is going to find him, spot him out. The trade, oh my God!
Duckman's got the knockdown onto Gaba. He should have had no right to do that, but he did. Crazy Sam, they had the numbers, Sun Sister, and they will get Duckman's before he could cause any more inflictions upon Sun Sister. And now they can breathe for the time being. 2 easy points in the end for Sun Sister. Maybe not too easy though, as Envy here towards southwest Milta. They've also got Detonator around them.
Detonator, Envy, and QM up to the north as well, as we see Armory now finally coming over to provide a little bit of support for their fallen teammate. They're going to find Crazy Sam. The rest of the 2 members of Sun Sister hiding in the smokes now, trying to get in their vehicles and see if they can get out of this.
Lots of fighting early happening because of this Phase 1 circle down to Sosnovka Island. But what's crazy is this fight between Armory Gaming and Sun Sister is around that Stalber region. It's so far away. Pride, Interrogate, both eliminated by Aqua 5 and Akari. But Detonator, who are sitting in 15th position, crucial for them that they start to turn their fortunes around here in match 3. And for Envy, it's not looking good. Moody, Pat Caps, it's time to go and head it over the bridge.
Bad news early for Envy. They are sitting in 7th place. They do get 2 out of this, and it looks like they should be able to make it across the bridge. Nobody really hard camping this, with the exception of G2 at the intersection.
Really?
We can actually see TL running into infantry in the kill feed here. So a nice couple of kills picked up for them as we check on our care package. And yep, here we go. The fight kicking off on the south end of Military Island.
James primes the nade.
Uh-oh.
That's not going to connect though. Only 2 remaining for Infantry Clan. Yao Yang and Bol Yang. Envy have made it across. Nalos did leave the crossroads, so for Pat Caps and Moody, they'll be safe for now. VC pushing into Novo. And of course, though, speaking of safe, considering their point tally already, it's fair to say they're looking quite comfortable to progress to next weekend. Only a couple more points probably required, but they'll be feeling comfortable. For Team Liquid, this is a decent start. They probably feel like they've got 2 kills sitting right in front of them. Nice knockdown from Jempty. Only 1 more remaining, and then Team Liquid can double up their kill count here in the game of match 3.
Yeah, they have to know that there's at least only 1 here, as I believe they got both of the other 2 kills. So that being the 3rd down, James gets taken so very low. Xiao Yang doing what he can to stay alive a little bit longer. Infantry needs a lot of points here. Oh, Pat Cap's going down again to his own
Moody's not
Grenade.
there to get the revive either. Pat Caps is basically done for. Moody's down at Crossroads. Isco's just crossed the bridge for Detonator. Xiao Yang holding on for Infantry Clan, and now they're going to start to push up the stairwell. It's Septi, but Septi was there to help out. Never mind, it was James. But
Very,
still,
very good.
Infantry Clan out in 16th position. They will remain in the bottom 8.
Jeeves with the fastest Tommy gun in the West, making sure that that flush could not come out. Infantry Clan, keep in mind, was in 10th place going into this, so that's them going out very, very early. That's bad news for them, but fantastic news for Team Liquid.
G2 got over to Sosnovka Island very, very early, but they're very split around that Novo region. As Aqua 5 picks up a pretty easy kill in the end on Pat Caps. And
I'm not sure what happened there. It looked like he might have been trying to prime a grenade to get the highlight reel grenade driving over thing, and it just happened to kill him and blow up his own vehicle. So hate to see it, but fortunately for Envy, Moody is still alive for now.
BC close by to Yanis as Brex go with a knockdown onto Isco.
Very wide split from G2 here as they have 2 up on top of the radio tower. Giannis, as we saw in Novo, and Nelas way down to the south here of
I'm
Novo.
not sure what Nalos is doing, though.
It's a very, very interesting split as Giannis stay alive for right now. We can see his teammate is picking up that kill in the kill feed. You see where Nelas is not really in any spot here to support his teammate, but it looks like he should be able to get out of this just fine.
Not directly, although Yanis can make his way over to Nalos, as you said. The other 2 members of G2 on top of Radio Tower, they're safe for now. And then, based off the way this phase is looking, it might end up being a Radio Tower finish.
Well, if it ends up being that way, G2 in a prime position. You can see BC going to take some long-range shots here. Giannis not going to be enough to take out the Dacia just yet. Looks like he has all tires intact. He has a full health bar. He's feeling pretty good, not even smoking yet. So they should be just fine. Okay, we have Athletico's finally making their way over as we see the circle is collapsing here.
Just south of Primorsk, as we get our circle pop for phase 2, it goes over to the military base, and now probably Radio Tower doesn't look as convincing for G2. They'll probably start to make their way down there, and it'll be military base finish. Very likely. Team Liquid immediately realized that, went straight in. They're looking for the bunkers very early.
Yeah, this looks like it may set up to be a bunker ATC split. I know this is something that we see happen quite a bit. Looks like they actually are just going to trade 2-1-1 between the bunkers and the ATC. So not a bad position here early for Team Liquid.
I mean, you got 2 in the ATC that can cover the bunker. The bunker can cover the ATC. This is a great game for Team Liquid. This might just be their game. Still a long way to go, though. A lot of teams now starting to rotate towards military base.
4 kills already in the bag, definitely helpful for the cause. As we see Crow Crowd making their way through the blue. They're coming up just on the far western side of this island.
With
and here we see,
oh no, that's just not it.
You know, happens to the best of us. And that's going to actually be it for Team Envy as Moody tries to make the mad dash in, see if he can maybe stay alive in the bunkers, but unfortunately Team Liquid, as we saw.
5 kills for Liquid.
5 kills now.
This is all it takes. You know, a lot of us on the broadcasting was speaking off air. You get like a 10 or 15 kill win, and you are suddenly from last to the top 5. That's how quick your fortunes can change, and we know what Team Liquid is capable of.
Absolutely. The dinner plate is set up for them to have one of those big games right now. You see Rumbler very aware that G2 is up here.
AWM for Nalos.
Yeah, they know that they're there. They just don't know where they might have repositioned to. Look at Giannis actually making a move in the vehicle. So now it's just all down to Nelas here. He's got the AWM.
15 shots in a dream, although considering how close Waldo and Micro Fry are, the AWM's not going to be suited for this engagement. Nelos gets shot at. I think it's time to go. Does he get out quick enough? That's the question. Rumble is pushing over this ridge line. I think they're going to spot him here, and that AWM might fall into their hands. That's if they want it. We'll see how that one plays out later as QM easy spots DJ Boy. They've lost Liga. Wu Feng's already been eliminated as well. So for QM, they are in a bit of strife here as BC pushed out of Novo. Nice knockdown from Domu onto GYY. Easy got to trade back onto Tide, but it's not looking good. It's not looking easy for Easy. He's eliminated. VC Gaming continue to dominate this elimination stage in first place.
And Brexco does get spotted out here by Los HD. So that is going to be him going down. G2 now down to 3 players as it's Chris trying to make his way over to the rest of the boys. Nella is trying to take those long-range shots, see if they can maybe get one back, but doesn't look like it's going to happen this time. Rumblers duck down just out of sight.
G2 scrambling here to get back. It's Chris makes his way over to Nellos. Giannis holding the south angle to try and provide some cover fire, trying to just get on the bike. Shot from Waldo. Oh, you took your time, Nellos, and instead you are sitting on the ground. No more AWM for you, and for G2, they're down to 2.
Chris is going to use the rock to try to stay alive for a little bit longer here with the cover. He's got Giannis, but yeah, you can see Giannis trying to reposition maybe a little bit here. It's Chris, I think, just staying alive long enough to heal up, get boosted before they take their leave of this fight. Yep, Rumbler's going to get the better of this one.
Phase 3 pop. It's going to continue on to military base. It's going to continue on to Liquid. W click in there as well. They're pretty close by to Team Liquid. And for G2 now, maybe I think, Poro, you just send it in. You've only got 2 players remaining. Try and find a bunker.
Yeah, do your best to keep those last 2 players alive for as long as possible. They're trying to send it. They're getting shot at here. You can see Sun Sister finally making their way across after scrapping with Armory Gaming. Armory Gaming as well, making their way across here on the Western Bridge. So only a few. I think they're down both. Yeah, both teams down to just 2. So this is going to be them coming in very late and just kind of playing whatever's given to them.
Courtesy of each other.
Courtesy of each other, yeah, exactly. It was
all's fair in love and war between those 2 teams in the end. As Atletico start to push through the west side of military base, I wonder if they're surprised that this is so open on the west side, considering, obviously, from what we've seen, a lot of teams had set up over towards Radio Tower, the eastern side of Sosnovka Island. Atletico came in from the west. They come in from Lighthouse side, as we see Nuki is spotting Sophia. Oh, too slow headshot. Immediately gets out, though, stays alive for now. And it causes Nuki to panic, throws the nade. Does still have the high ground spot, as well as the numbers. The rest of Crow Crowd around here are repositioned for Sophia, but I think it's too little too late.
I don't know. That's actually a really smart reposition there from Sophia. He does have some support here from just off in the distance. Now Misa's going to find that. And that is going to be it for Sophia. You can see Shyway in the background. Kane be taking some longer shot. Teme is actually going to get taken out by Kane. So that's a nice long-range shooting coming in here. Crow Crowd in a little bit of trouble here.
They could be in further trouble if they don't get moving past GEX in time, because that blue zone's now moving. They're not even inside of the circle yet, and it's still not a lot of cover around this vicinity. Lots of trees. They're going for the revive as well. Shyway taking some shots. Kane still has the angle towards Timate. As the smokes are going to come out now, they're going for this revive. They want to take 4 into military base, but GEX are doing their best here to put the pressure right onto Crow Crowd. And they made a mistake here, basically giving up a lot of utility, giving up their vehicles just to go for this revive. Now Tixu's knocked down as well. They might have been better to just ditch their teammate and send it into military base.
Yeah, this is not the most ambitious res in the world, but GEX had a really, really wide, good split here with multiple lines of sight onto this. Kane especially is just giving them conniptions. As you can see, Misa's still pinned behind this tree by Shyway. Yeah. Oh, Raspu got spouted out by Atletico as well, so that's one of the Red Cannons members going down, their northern flanker. So we come back to Shyway.
Well, even if Crow Crowd can make it out alive from this, they're not going to have much utility moving forward. Red Canids holding the fence line, south military base. They'll be spotting whoever, it's GEX or Crow Crowd after this anyways. Nuki's knocked down. This has turned disastrous for Crow Crowd. Now Misa as well, down to 1 remaining. It's actually the one player who was initially knocked down. It's Time.
Yeah, this is just disastrous for Crow Crowd. I mean, I understand wanting to go for that res, but man, in the end, it just ends up being the death of them. As yep, there they go. Misa's going to be going down as well. Crow Crowd going out in 13th place.
Disastrous, because what happened in the end is now GEX don't even have to push into military base. They can continue to wrap down south, going into this circle. I wouldn't be surprised if GEX continue to hold on and get like a top 8 placing here.
Look at this hard shift down to the southeast here for this circle. So Team Liquid already repositioning. They're going to send their 2 from the ATC down to rejoin in that southern bunker. You can see Detonator's in a little bit of trouble here. Yep, okay, a lot bit of trouble as they go out in 12th place. That is bad news for that squad. As you can see, they were sitting in 13th going into this. So the Korean squad having a very rough time.
W-Click have taken over the ATC. That Team Liquid left behind. They're playing 3-1 split.
WC was very widely spread out throughout this, but Might be running into Rascal Jess here very shortly. Atletico actually looking like they're going to go ahead and dip out from the western side, not liking what's in front of them.
If they might be going for a fat wrap down south and essentially pushing from behind where we saw GEX before. Waldo knocked down, now it's finished off by Summer of VC Gaming, who just continue to steamroll through DJ Boy. As Microfry is just in front for Rumblers. There goes Atletico. And exactly as I said, they're going to go down south. And I think this will end up working much better for them rather than the congestion of military base.
That is actually, I feel like, a really smart play here for Atletico while they have the opportunity trying to make their way up to this, because it's a lot more difficult to make your way out of the base than it is to make your way in, I feel. So
what they don't want to do, though, is take essentially a Crow Crowd fight. Don't stop early outside of the circle and take the fight with GEX, but from the looks of it, that's what they're doing. Fortunately, they land the initial shot and the knockdown onto Kane. So Zoidmate getting fight back, but this is the problem. Now you're under pressure, hiding behind trees. That blue zone's moving. You're not inside of the circle. GEX is. They can essentially do what we just saw them do to Crow Crowd.
Yeah, and Red Cannon's actually third-partying on this a little bit as well.
They needed to keep moving.
Yeah, it looks like they're agreeing with you. Look, they might be boosting up and then getting into vehicles and making their way in. They have 2 down for Gex now, or GEX, and I think only 1 player remaining. Yeah, Shyway going to go try to get the res here on Kane. Boy, he got that just in time.
Yanis is down, by the way, and will remain down as it's Chris is playing a solo position as the finish off from Microfry. The Atletico continue to move. They've left Zoidmate in the blue, probably as the anchor to just keep putting pressure on. Jukes is up close. Extreme and Flood. Extreme's going to be careful. He's getting pretty close by to It's Chris. Shyway, there's Jukesy now putting the pressure onto Kane and Shyway. 43 seconds until phase 5. And Flood trying to help out from a different angle. Jukesy needs to find a knock here.
Yeah, I mean, while it is a rough fight here for Atletico, you got to consider the fact that they are in 12th place. They need these points, and this is a fairly easy fight for them to take.
Oh, Jukesy down to 4 health, but he hasn't got a first aid kit. He hasn't. Well, he has apparently. Shyway throws the nade, though. This might be the one to send him down. If he does go down, there's no way he's going to get revived. Zoidmate's down in the blue. Jukesy goes down as well. Shyway, GEX have played this so well. Flood finds a knockdown. They came with the trade. Only Extreme remains, and he's not even at the fight. He kept moving forward for placement. Atletico down to 1. And maybe the hopes and dreams of moving to next weekend are on the line here in match 3.
You know, there's just no such thing as an easy fight when it comes to this lobby, when it comes to these teams, as Shyway and the rest of the boys from GEX proving to be an absolutely formidable opponent for Atletico. As we go back and check in on Red Cannons, they are just outside of circle. They should be moving their way in, just playing the wall here. But they do have Team Liquid right in front of them.
And credit where credit's due, GEX have basically won 2 big fights.
Huge.
And that's crucial points. That's why they're in the top 5 right now. Red Canids are going to move. And Team Liquid's going to spot them. 5 kills. It's been a bit quiet over the last 7 or so minutes for Team Liquid, but they'll hold their 3-1 bunker split. Empty up top. Keep an eye on the other bunker. Chris has moved over to the fence line, actually, just south of Team Liquid's bunker, as W-Click still holding
everywhere. I mean, they're holding everywhere. On the entire northwestern part of this circle is being held by somebody from W-Click here. As they're taking shots at Rascal Jester, they're taking shots at AG. I mean, anything that they can spot, they're going to take a shot at here. As we check in on VC, you can see Extreme and Microfry, 2 solo snakes out here that could cause some problems. And now GEX is coming to join the party as well.
Only the 2 kills for Atletico. They need more from this game. Kane and Shyway have moved up for GEX towards Microfry's position. As you said, BC will continue to roam around, but I sense once they hear some shots, maybe from Rumblers or GEX, they might continue to turn their attention there. Tide's now actually spotted Micro from Rumblers. As we over to WCK, Wesker's going to be knocked out. W-Click going to finish off Rascal Jesters. 10 teams remain, 26 alive at the 20-minute mark of match number 3. It's only phase 5, and there's only 26 alive after that chaotic start.
Coming in here, Rascal Jester was your 8th place team. Team Envy, your 7th place team. Both of those guys out now. So a lot of room left here for our squads that are trying to make it above the cut line. Got to have eyes on Team Liquid, obviously. Sitting in last place, still 4 up and the center of the circle. Great positioning here, but can they manage to get some kills off of this? Can they get more points?
Very interesting to see. Extreme pushing in behind GEX, who are about to be collapsed on by essentially all 4 members of VC Gaming. Extreme's essentially made it a 5th. As the nades go forward, GEX, Shyway is going to be knocked down. Now, I think the best thing for Extreme here would be to try and pick up the 2 kills here onto GX, maybe try and steal him. He got one, but now he's going to 1 versus 4 against VC Gaming. They've spotted him. Extreme's going to go down just at the bubble. He's not going to get any placement points either. He got the 1 kill, but that will be it. Atletico in 9th. 8 teams remain. Placement points can now start to be distributed for match 3.
Boy, VC is coming up clutch here on the southern side of this circle. 8 kills so far. They've been fighting their way over from the east side all the way down to the south. And now they have to figure out how they're going to make their way into this military base.
Team Liquid aren't going to be finding many kills over the last 10 minutes or so, but it's towards the late game where having the 4 alive is going to prove to be so beneficial, as it's Chris has done a decent job snaking his way towards military base. Amaru Gaming still with 2 alive. 10-1. Skeet. Red Kinid's still just trying to maneuver their way through military base.
Chris doing a good job of staying alive, as you said. He is getting protection from this Team Liquid squad, albeit unknowingly, from the boys in blue. So they are just taking shots at whatever's in front of them. They can't see what's on their backside here, but Chris is just going to be perfectly fine with that.
Well, speaking of the boys in blue, the other team in blue, W-Click, are probably going to have to crash their way into the circle. And what better place to try and crash than the North bunker, which just got Jempty in it. Jempty's in a solo position right now as VC Gaming might make that push. Here comes It's Chris, has to reload. Summon's going to be knocked down. There's also shots coming from Red Kinit as well. VC Gaming lose tight to Cherry Pop and the Rumblers. Rakta's eliminated, but Chris is gone in 8th position for G2. It's a placement point. It's something for what has been so far a disastrous PGC for G2.
That was a very ambitious crash there from VC as we check the replay of Waldo in the,
this was a good
sniper battle here. Look at this. Boom, right off the bike. Sit down, sir. Nice little shot there as we check back in on the Sun Sister squad trying to make their way into the circle. They have, Gaba has already made it to the bunker, but Faishan is in some serious trouble. Is now Liquid going to turn their attention towards W-Click.
Obviously, Zera steals the kill onto Rearbox. Team Liquid now, it's going to be probably phase 7 onwards where you want to start finding these kills and really tallying it up as Jepty and James collect a double onto W-Click. Top 5 for Liquid. They're making the comeback. Don't count out Liquid just yet. Here for match 3 of day 3. They move up to 13th position on 28 points. It's only an 8-point gap between them and safety.
Worth noting that VC, despite that insane crash earlier, only losing 1 in the process, they managed to get the other reses up here. Red Cannon's still taking long-range shots. They do manage to get Faishan to actually Cherry Poppin' going to get Faishan down. Gaba, are you actually going to go for this res? That is ambitious, but he might be able to get away with it. I don't know. There's a little bit of a ledge there that he can work with.
Team Liquid have played this so well, not allowing any teams to crash Jempty's bunker at all. They denied W-Click, they denied Sun Sisters. Cherry Poppin' picks up the double. Rumblers have done well with that too. It's a feed again for Team Liquid.
There we go.
And the interesting thing that might happen here eventually is if VC Gaming can deal with Red Kinits, they can actually get on top of the bunker of Team Liquid, but Jempty can then spot them from the other bunker. The problem is Jempty has to leave his bunker. Going into this now phase 7, and not only that, Rumblers need to make their way somewhere as well. So once this blue zone comes in, Poro, there's not a lot of room for teams outside of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, Rumbler's obviously in a really, really bad position right now. Jempty needing to stay where he's at for right now because he's pretty much the only thing keeping VC from crashing over the top of the bunker here onto the rest of the Liquid squad. Cherry actually just hopping in the vehicle. He's going to push right on top of Jempty's location. It should be...
It's not in.
Yeah, it's not... Ooh, yeah, you can see it just on your mini-map. It's just outside here.
He might be able to find a rock or something, but yeah, it's not really the location you want to be at.
It's barely. As you see, DJ Boy coming up over the top. See what he can spot out here. They know that Liquid is in there, and look at this, the smoke wall coming down for Red Cannons. Nicely played so far, but they're gonna have to be ducking and dodging bullets from VC and TL here.
Samty with a knockdown onto Rocky Zera, but it's a matter of who actually picks up the eliminations. Well, it's a combination of both. Samty got 1, VC got the other 2. VC are steamrolling through this stage. Cannot be understated. 3 teams remain. Rumblers with 2.
But you know what? That's actually good news for people in the bottom 8. You
exactly
want to see
right.
VC. You want to see Rumblers taking more of these points away because that kind of keeps everything a little bit closer. Heavy. Yeah, top heavy, and keeps things closer towards the center and bottom of the leaderboard here. So We'll see what VC can come up with here from the top.
For Team Liquid, though, this has sort of been what they have been waiting for over their past 8 or 9 games that we saw from yesterday and today. Finally, they get a chance where they can play their game, and they've got 4 alive. They've got 8 kills. But now they're going to deal with VC, who are not an easy opposition here. Well, not only that, but Rumblers as well are still around.
Yeah.
Watching the front entrance of this bunker.
You see Rumblers just kind of hanging out, just barely inside circle. Nothing really showing here. And okay, while we'll land right on top of Liquid again. VC, I imagine, would just kind of sit here and wait this out.
So VC don't have to do anything.
Exactly.
The only thing they've really got to do is make sure they're not peeking so that the other bunker can see them, but also making sure that Team Liquid don't actually make their way out of this bunker. If they can keep them trapped in, Molotovs, frag grenades, they can really put the pressure on from above and from outside the bunker.
Well, the interesting thing is we keep cutting to these VC players. I see smoke grenades.
Empty.
I don't see a whole lot of other utility other than that as far as grenades go. So Jempty, actually, you kidding me?
He's making the death run, and it's working because VC are not holding the top.
Nobody even shot it.
Rumblers are just trying to stay alive. Jempty's made it all the way to the bunker. He's done a nudie run, and he hasn't been caught.
It's like that you see the World War II movie where the guy runs across the trenches and nobody even takes a shot at him. That was empty right there. And Ibisa's going to find out.
It might get stolen here, and it does.
And DJ Boy with the steal. That's
every point matters, Burrow.
It absolutely does. But once again, VC.
Cherry might deny points here too. I mean, at this point, you've got to realize now Team Liquid are out. VC did not actually trap them in because they held so far back. Nice knockdown onto Domu from Jempty. They've got the numbers advantage. It's 4 versus 2. Team Liquid are returning. Do not count out Team Liquid. 11 kill win. They have returned.
That is what we've been wanting to see, what the fans have been wanting to see, what they have wanted to see for quite some possibly end up getting a little bit more benefit. We haven't really
PC
seen
gaming.
that for the first 2 days. People have been playing a little bit more safe, going center, finding compounds. But, you know, I feel like if you're going to try to throw caution to the wind, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, I think a team like PC Gaming, Sandhawk probably matches their playstyle and
Oh, yeah.
their aggressiveness and the way that they push forward and try and take what they want. And we're going to be dropping out of the plane for Sandhawk. Match number 4 for the elimination stage of day 3 of PGC 2019. We are underway. As I keep saying, I mean, this is crucial. Every game now is wrapped up to an extreme in terms of needing to get points. You get nothing here, Burrow, and you're in the bottom 8. It's not looking good.
Time is ticking down. And, you know, all of these guys are starting to hear every second of the clock tick in their heads. You know, before we were coming into this game, we were looking in last place and looking at Team Liquid saying, God, these guys do not belong here. When are they going to turn it around? Well, now they have turned it around, and I'm looking back into last place. Detonator, one of the great Korean squads, another team that needs to just turn it around. Will this be the map where they can kind of get their ship righted a little bit?
Team Liquid over towards boot camp. They get control of it, but it's that phase 1 circle, which on Sandhawk really gives away where we're going. Whether it's, I mean, technically I count it as 3 islands, really. Where do we go, though, is the question, as we are about to find out. It does always give it away early. It's down to the southwest.
Okay. Red Cannon's actually looking pretty nice, even though they got a very wide split, but they have priority on the center of the circle.
Can I just
really.
say, it's not going to finish Quarry?
No. You don't think so?
No. Definitely not going to
Western
finish Quarry.
Quarry. It's a Western Quarry circle. No. It's fine. It's fine. We're Rumblers also feeling pretty good about things. Detonator, this is, I mean, probably the best thing that they could have hoped for with this circle, with them landing on that island. Everybody else going to be having to make their way across bridges. Now, the question that I'm looking to see, how many of these squads are going to try to do any type of bridge camp kind of situation here? We've seen it happen more often on Sandhawk, I feel, than anywhere else.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that as well, because I feel like on Sandhawk, you really want position more than anything else. You want to get that high ground. It's so difficult to be pushing up a hill when you've got so many eyes on you. And if you're taking a fight and you're looking up the hill, the odds are you're already going to get third party. It's even more so when you're in an unfavorable position. Sun Sister actually over towards Quarry, spotting Shinobi of Rascal Jester, as they currently sitting in 10th position, 36 points. It's still so close. Really, from like 5 to 13 is still nothing in it. Kindesu with the QBU, it's pretty good. But
Kindesu.
No shots at all.
You got to hit one of those, man. Unfortunate for him. He's just, he realizes what happened. You know what? I'm done. I'm not. I took all the shots I'm going to take at this guy. He's clearly too slippery for me. As Mushimaro actually going to kind of come up over the sides here, maybe getting eyes on Kindesu, but he is just dipping on out of dodge.
So in terms of the teams that are already on the Southwest Island that are going to want a favorable circle here, Detonator obviously in last position. They're down at camp. Charlie, you got Red Canids as well, who need a bit of help. They're sitting in 14th position. So there are some teams, you know, you've also got Infantry there as well that have just come out of Python that are going to get a decent circle here. They're going to get a chance here at their Sandhawk game to catch up and get some points, go into Miramar still with time remaining.
Check in on Crow Crowd. These guys have the longest rotation, as they are still extremely split up here, all spread out across the northeastern side of the main island. And look at this, Detonator. We wanted to have them a good game. They've got the circle. They got a nice drop. Now they got a crate falling right on top of them, and I'm not sure that they even see it.
No, they don't.
Oh, no. Look up in the sky every now and then, guys. Make sure you see the rainbows, the beautiful colors, butterflies,
I
crates.
think I'd rather get position here, but they're going to run straight towards Rumblers. Waldo, Micro, Fryer there. They'll have the higher ground position. Fortunately, if they do take this fight, there's no teams around them, as
Waldo.
you tend to find that fights that extend on Sandhawk turn bad. Kari.
Look at
Micro, yeah, he's the one that you've got to be careful, really, because he's going to be going out into the open. Waldo knocked down by Hikari, but he might actually be the one to get the flank here, maybe help out the Rumblers, who, let's be real, 53 points. Rumblers are looking pretty good right now in terms of their chances of making it to next weekend. One more really good game, and you can probably put a tick next to their name.
may have punched their ticket already. Microfry going to finally come alive. He's going to spot out Hikari, get that down. Aqua 5 hears the shots coming. He's going to see if he can find the flank. You see the Toby eye tracker. Keeping eyes. Where is he? Where is he? Can I find him? There he is. Spot him behind the tree, but no, Microfry is going to come out on top of that one as well.
Micro's played this so well with the flank. He's being cool, patient as well, waiting to get the information, and then they've gotten it. Cherry Poppin doesn't have the information though on the Wicked. That'll be an easy knockdown. He'll go for the flush as well. Detonator need all the points that they can get. They've just lost Aqua 5, and Hikari most likely is going to perish as well. It's not looking good for the team that was tied for last.
To the north. On the 8th day, infantry will come from the north. They're coming up over the top. You see Los actually taking very low here. Moldo's going to get flushed out. Isco trying to stay alive for a little bit longer, but yeah, here we go. Another fight breaking off.
I mean, you mentioned infantry. That's what I'm saying. When these fights drag out, which is what was happening, teams will eventually hear these shots and they want to come over and have a piece of the pie. Micro is going to be eliminated by Longsker. Infantry need the kills. They need the points as well. They were kind of just north of this fight for quite a while. It took them a long time to come over as Lost HD goes down to Longsker. Infantry clean up. But Detonator get a reprieve. They get a lifeline. They've got 3 players still alive. Now they can take the fight with infantry.
Nobody ever wants to go down in 16th, but right now, Rumblers and VC probably the only 2 teams that can really afford to go down in 16th here in this game. As we check back in with G2, we see them taking some long-range shots over the top here at Envy.
Is that cave?
W-Click, yeah. This is a little bit farther to the south here. They've got to figure this out because the blue is pushing right on top of them. And they've got to make their way across a bridge that's currently being guarded by Rascal Jester.
I just mentioned Crow Crowd have not even moved, by the way. They're still at Cow and Mong Nai.
Just taking their sweet time. Just a
very sweet time.
A lot of looting to be done up there.
Fortunately, it's only phase 1, but in 44 seconds time, we go to phase 2. And while when you've got the majority of the teams already inside of the circle, it's not going to be an easy game for Crow Crowd. BC are going to come in probably a bit late as well, and so will Athletic, although they're going to go straight past W-Click, who Rakdur and Rybox are sitting there. Zoid's already low. That's not the vehicle you want to be in either. Neither at the back of the truck. Athletic just been torn to shreds. Flood goes by, never mind. Oh, 3 down for Atletico. In about 3 seconds.
That was quick and efficient as you like from W-Click. Juxi is going to stay alive for a little bit longer. You can see him making his way down. He's going to have to stop and heal up here, but what a nice little trap sprung by W-Click. Atletico had no idea.
You can't blame Atletico in that situation. You wouldn't be suspecting that a team like W-Click is sitting in the blue like that. Ooh. Perfectly primed position. Juxi needs to be careful. He's the last one alive for Atletico. He's actually moving towards Moody from MB. He's now going to start shooting at Juxi. He might go down. Shinobi here at the bridge. Brexco trying to prime that nade towards Mushimura. It's a Molotov that's actually thrown over to Brexco to deny the ability to move back. Shinobi pushes up. Aggressive play from Rascal Jester. The underarm throw. Oh, it's pretty good. It's actually really good. He didn't prime it long enough, though.
Yeah, he didn't have a choice. Brexco came over the top. He spotted him out. He had to get rid of it as soon as he could. You can see Brexco down to just 5 health right here, but G2 is still in no better position than they were 5 seconds ago.
Rascal Jester holding the bridge. You actually mentioned, Poro, at the start, if any teams would be doing so. They've done that.
They've got a nice hold on it. You remember, this is the southernmost bridge here, so W-Click and Atletico still coming up behind this.
G2, if they want to, could go behind. Actually, Juxi's the one who's coming over. Juxi, it's a pretty congested bridge right now. Maybe not the bridge you want to be taking, and I think he's going to divert a bit more northernly, and he has. He's very low health as he's just come out of the blue. W-Click still just out the quarry. They haven't actually got any vehicles, so they're in the run in the blue.
And Rascal Jester can afford to wait this one out as long as they like here. G2, fortunately, looks like they're going to be able to break off of the fight for now. They have the main island that they can still kind of work up towards. The circle still including a lot of that land here. So good decision-making from G2 here to break off that fight. Unfortunate for Rascal Jester that they weren't able to get more off of that.
Replay of W-Click, who actually did it to NV just prior to Atletico. Interrogate Pat Caps.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean,
he got moodied.
It's like a Michael Bay movie, but W-Click 6 kills. Poro on 2 teams rotating in the blue late, both NV and Atletico, punishing them both. It's an interesting tactic, but it's paid off, at least for now. Obviously, they've still got a distance to run here.
Yeah, W-Clip coming into this game in 5th place, 40 points overall. Envy was needing a lot of help here. They were in 11th. They are now down to just one player in Pride, making his way through the blue, trying to find a circle. As we check here on VC, not sure. They're on the very far north side here. Crow Crowd looks like finally deciding to come join the rest of the party.
Teammate did mention probably about 5 minutes ago that they were still extremely up far north. They've crossed over to the northwest island, just north of VC. We're holding a 3-1 split with the bridge just near Ruins. Speaking of Ruins, that's got Tamari Gaming. Jukesy getting close by to G2. He's got the hopes and dreams of Oceania on his shoulders right now here in match 4 on Sandhawk. No kills, no points from this game thus far. And G2, you would suspect, will clear out the huts. They might not. We'll see. But if you're Jukesy, I don't think you take this at all, and unless someone walks right into your front door.
Yeah, G2 has to be careful about how they approach this. I mean, obviously, Jukesy can cause a lot of damage here by himself as a solo, but they also have GEX.
No, this is not good. He's got a 1v4 now to deal with. They've spotted him. They've thrown in the nade. They've got the numbers. They can surround him from all angles of this building, and it didn't even take that long. Yanis will send Atletico out in 15th position as they literally pick apart his body.
Played as you like from G2, and that's what we wanted to see from them. They came into this in 15th place. Maybe this can be their liquid moment as they come alive here on Sandhawk. They do have to make their way into the circle across the water, though.
They've got to be careful here because now another bridge camp. It's not Rascal Jester. This time it's VC Gaming coming through first. A teammate. Oh, Domu, careful where you're shooting that weapon. It was a teammate at the start. They got knocked down. They got one. Can they get any more, though? Crow Crowd so far more successful than MB, and Atletico, never mind the +2. Tixu keeps going by. Misa actually stopped at the other end of the bridge. So Crow Crowd has still got 2 alive, but no kills. It's not looking good, considering they're also not in a position inside of the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, Tixu does stay alive, manages to make it through the gauntlet. Misa hit the brakes, pumped him off, and he's going to go back up to the north, maybe see if he can maybe find a boat to go join his teammate over on the west coast in Tombong. We see Mushimaru is getting taken very low here by Isco. Detonator was one of the teams that we mentioned. They are in dead last right now, and they need every point that they can get. Currently gotten 2 kills so far.
Whoa. Okay. 1 tap, 1 kill for Isco.
Good night.
Good night indeed. No revive's going to come out there at all. We mentioned before, Detonator had the reprieve. It looked like they were maybe down and out to be one of the first teams eliminated on Sandhawk, and then they got 3 up. Now they're finding kills. Now they're able to gate camp. They've got Sun Sister coming back from behind them on the west side. They've got to be careful. They might have to deal with this early, because otherwise, if you extend this fight for too long, they'll come over, they'll check out the shots.
Yeah, Sun Sister, they look like they're a little bit interested. Crazy Sam and Fiashan in particular. And Wicked's going to find Shinobi as well, or actually get the bleed out, as we see Seeking Jaws and RJ Wesker still making their way into this circle. But Detonator 100% not aware of Sun Sister here as we check on Misa. Has made his way across in the boat. He's going to have to heal up, though.
Shamaru bleeds out to Isco. Isco knocked down. Isco's going to make it.
He'll be fine.
He'll be fine. Tixu's in as well. So Crow Crowd at least escaped the bridge camp of VC with 2 alive in the end. DJ Boy up to 9 kills in the kill ranking. No surprise there for the team that's on top of this group. The elimination stage, Detonator have got Sun Sister surrounding them on the west side. Leo from GEX with a knockdown onto Silzan and Pine Nan. And it's certainly congested here. Team Liquid's got eyes on this. So is Infantry. Pride's in the blue as well. In the river coming by. Nalos for G2 as well. Knockdown onto Leo over to the north bridge as Rybox is going to be knocked down by Septi. Team Liquid get involved. They want kills. They're not safe yet, despite their game in the last game. G2 are out though. 14th position. And they continue to stumble here at PGC.
G2 managed to pick up a couple of kills in this round, though, so not the worst finish that they could possibly hope for. But Painan now outside of the new circle. We'll have to see how this all plays out. You can see a couple of solos here trying to make their way through. Pride in particular for Envy just trying to stay alive here. Zakari's going to find the Sun Sister. Finally, the fight's going to be breaking off here.
And he loses Wicked and Isco. Hikari's got a decent position, but Seeking Jaws from Rascal Jester is going to be hearing these shots and starting to come in. Gate does take a shot back as well, so now he's got to heal up rather than continuing to put the pressure on the Sun Sister. They can go for revives, and it also buys time. Now look at Rascal Jester. They want kills. They want points. They're in 9th position right now, just shy of Crow Crowd, who are on 38 in 8th. And Hikari just has to ditch it. This actually might pay off I think we might see Rascal Jester sort of push onto Sun Sister, and Hikari just gets away from this scot-free.
Oh, makes it away just clean as a bandit here. Is now, yep, Crazy Sam's going to finish off Isco. That's going to draw the attention of Rascal Jester up on the hill. On infantry still looking over from the sidelines here. As we check in on the north side of the circle, we have Armory running right into QM Gaming.
And they're going to be careful. They've got to wrap this up quickly. Team Liquid are up north of them. They're going to continue to push south and get potentially a pinch onto Armory Gaming. Nice knockdown onto Duckband. DEX eliminated in 13th position by infantry. There's that fight with Rascal Jester and Sun Sister. Pia Chan knocked down, 3 up for Sun Sister. Contessa has the heal behind the rock, but they've still got Gabba and Crazy Sam alive. Sun Sister in 6th position. All the points that they can get from this Silent game might just buy them some breathing room going into Miramar.
Huge, huge game for Sun Sister here. If they can pick up a few more points, we see Team Liquid on the north side. They have everything in front of them. You can see VC just off to the west with a little bit of a high ground position here, as Red Canids still dead center of the circle. They are managing to pick up a few kills here as Pride seeing if he can maybe pick up a point for the squad as the solo. And yeah, he's just going to turn away from this and see if he can just survive on a little bit longer for placement points, maybe.
Oh, Rakta's not going to make that.
No. Good night. W-Click is out in 11th place, but not before picking up a bunch of kills and causing problems for many, many teams. So nice little stack for them. And got over to Infantry and Sun Sister again, running into each other.
Trades back and forth. Gabba's very low, and this is the last one alive as well for Sun Sister. But the third party, Hikari, has also come back into the fray. Knocked down onto Boliang. First aid kit's off for Gabba. Viachan's going to be flushed by Lin. He's actually the last one standing for Infantry. They've done well.
Oh my goodness! Lin! The superstar play, and he's going to be able to get the reses here too. So Zhao Yang looks like he should be fine. Boliang, but look at Hikari, might be wrapping up around to see if he can finish off what's left of this. He's got nothing really to keep him from doing this, but if he does, this could be the end for Infantry.
So many teams in that bottom 8 that are putting the pressure. Infantry have moved up into 7th as this game has played out on Sandhawk. 9 teams remain, 23 alive. Infantry has still got a mountain to climb, and they've got Hikari as well behind this rock, but somehow from 1 alive to now 4 alive. Red Canids will be their next challenge, provided Hikari doesn't throw a spanner in the works.
Absolutely clutch play from Lin here.
They're not even going towards Red Canids. They're going to go west, and this is going to be perfect.
It's a smart play by Liquid. They're just kind of taking it easy. We know the tendency of snakes to always be on the other side of that hill. I'm not going to find any right now, though. Oh, Samty's so close. Oh, look at this.
Liquid have dropped to 8th from 6th.
Look at this. Tanawat just on the other side. He has the level 3 gear, though.
Tanawat hears him. He's got the AUG as well. Quickly done and quickly dealt with for Samty. The other 3 members of Team Liquid outside of the circle. Blue's moving. They continue to move towards Pride, and Pride gets spotted as Rusty Zero, though, who picks up the elimination point over to Red Canids. Point away from Team Liquid.
Bad news for Envy going out this early. They are still in 12th place with 35 points, so it's going to be all up to Miramar for them. As Tanawat is spotted out, Obisa trying to see if he can land the shots, but Tanawat should be able to get behind the rock for now.
He should be safe. There's no reason he should be peeking this. Obisa would be super greedy if they all try to wrap onto one player in Tanawat, but I guess they don't have many other places to go here. And then from Tanawat, they can push into the compound onto QM. James with the nade. Give this one a follow. Oh, bounced perfectly. James. Timbo. Perfect. Armory Gaming in 8th.
Oh, you don't get any cleaner than that here, as VC is going to take some long-range shots here. They do manage to get Ibiza. Actually, that's QM going to manage to get Ibiza down here. They might be able to get the res off. Should be safe.
Well, Tixu just spotted Infantry.
Oh, Infantry crashing onto CC here, and Tixu's going to get the flush. You can see this popping off on the south side. QM is just about as cozy as you like inside their own compound here.
Tixu had 3 more to deal with, but he goes down. He did get a knockdown onto Longskirt after taking down Lin, the hero for Infantry Clan, who have now moved up into 6th position.
All right, Red Canids has been sitting in their compound all game long as well. You can see they need to get a few more points for themselves.
Yep.
As they make their way out. Looks like Jempty might have taken a few shots. Yeah, and Rusty Zare is going to spot him out, but it looks like Jempty should be able to break line of sight and get out of there for now. Infantry back under trouble, under pressure from VC now.
Someone needs to tell VC Gaming that they're already making it to the semifinals. They are just cleaning up the rest of this lobby. Ibiza's going to get the revive from James, but Team Liquid down to 3 players. They're in a rough spot. QM have got the compound, and Red Canids are moving along that eastern side, so they'll be fighting against Team Liquid rather than BC, who have got eyes on Team Liquid's position.
Yeah, but now the pressure is off for VC. I mean, they know that they're going to make it, and there's no pressure.
They're letting
now they
loose.
can play their normal game, and yeah, you can see this kind of the same coming from Team Liquid here as they manage to get 3 in here late game. Tide gets taken pretty low. He's going to have to stop him, heal up, as Longsker, the lone solo here for Infantry, going to try to find his way in.
Jempty stay alive here. He's the one that's not in the eyes of VC, but it's got Red Canids that will be pushing on him. Molotov to check, but that doesn't necessarily mean they've got a confirmation of his position behind that rock. As we're going into phase number 7, presuming it's going to stay in the compounds, and it does for QM. They've got 3, 1 in each compound. Red Canids are just outside the circle, but they want to clean up this eastern side before dealing with QM. And the way they're looking, though, they're looking over the rock of Jempty. Jempty's got to be careful. He will have to move soon. Once he starts moving, he'll feel like his position is known.
This could be a huge game for Red Canids here if they're able to get a few more kills. They were in 14th place. All they need is a nice high kill game here, but there's only 14 left alive, 10 available points for them as we check a nice little replay here from Ibiza. Or no, that's going to be live. They finally spotted out VC. Oh, he gets the last shot. That QBU is a monster.
Jempty's actually pushed over to the compound on the minimap. He's going to be spotted by Andy, though. He's going to be immediately knocked down, and that was really what Team Liquid needed to help them out. But because they got the knockdown, it might help against VC. The other two, Ibiza and James, can they somehow get into this compound? It goes a bit south.
VC just kind of going down to the blue here, not even giving up the points. It's just down to Tide and Summer. They should be able to make it into the compound. QM not in a position to guard this, as Liquid's going to look, try to play the angle, see if they can spot something out.
Those smokes should have been out already.
Oh yeah, this is
too late.
A little bit
Although
too late
VC
here.
are going to put some pressure on the Red Canids. Psycho knocked down. Tide gets that one. James tries to fire on a Raspu, but he's going to be knocked down. Only one left. Never mind. Ibiza immediately. Raspu picked up the double. Tide and Summer for VC. Red Canids make it to the top 3, but it's QM who just lost a player as well. Tide has brought in the tide on Red Canids. I don't see them getting much more from this game, but Raspu did make it to the compound. He made it to the fence. They've got 5 kills.
5 kills right now. If they can manage to sneak out a win here, it could be huge for them. As VC still has to make it across the road. QM is just not, I mean, what are they even looking at?
That's really ambitious. UIY just saw this.
Oh!
Walks out, Wu Feng. Can Raspu get the second one here? It would be disastrous for QM. It would be massive, but it's the nade from Tide. That's what he was looking for. Summer pushes over. TYY holds the angle, and he can't stop VC! No one can stop VC right now! Now it's a 2 versus 1 with Easy, and it's not so easy. Or maybe it is. He gets the knockdown onto Summer. Now brings it down to a 1 versus 1 with Tide, who's very low. Gets the first aid kit off. Holds the angle of the fence. 2 first aid kits remaining. Easy. Not quite at full health, at around 55. Never mind, goes for the first aid kit.
For the 1v1 here, Easy. Tide is just waiting for him to peek around this corner. Easy going to pre-fire it a little bit. He's going to land a couple of shots here, but it's not going to be
Are going to the sunny shores of Miramar, but unfortunately for 8 of these teams, the sun today will be setting. We entered with 32, we started this weekend, and now unfortunately this is the sad part of this competition, Poro. We have to lose 8.
Exactly, and we hope that we see there's still a couple of full regions that we kind of hope to see represented in these next few weeks. We have Sun Sister from Japan in 8th place, Rascal Jester in 12th. This is Japan on the line, essentially. Latin America as well, with W Click and Red Canids. All of these teams all have a shot here, essentially. And if you have to pick somebody to root for, if you have no vested rooting interest whatsoever here, I would suggest maybe one of those 4 teams, because we'd love to see all regions represented here at the Global Championship.
We have 9 competitive regions indeed. We have a multitude of, I think it's 6 leagues. We have 3 championships. Bring it up. You're not only fighting for pride within your respective region, but more importantly, the life-changing sum of money that's quite simply on the line. With the crowdfunding, we've already been told, and we've been official, that there was another $1 million added to the prize pool before that, it was a guaranteed $1 million for the winner. Look, I'm going to be honest, going out today will suck because you know that you can't win $1 million. It's quite frankly as simple as that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, as the weeks go by, this prize pool could only get bigger.
Yeah.
And you know, as much as we've added to it already, we see Summer picking up that Winchester. The circle has popped. We are going just off to the east of Chumacera.
Sun Sisters all the way up north. They'll have the longest rotation to come through. Further afield, it could be an easy one for them if they decide to take the coastal road on the east, because no one's looting El Azhar. Sometimes we see G2 there, but they've opted more for a more central position unless they decide to grab the vehicles and spread their wings. There's still time to do it. You then look through Impala, Puerto Parezo. We don't have teams dropping down there, so that coastal road is clear for any northern teams. Even, it sounds ridiculous, but even Detonator, for example, they can just go for the slow game because there's going to be so much on the line. I honestly think we will see passive teams here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Detonator at this point, they have to have something happen for them. G2 as well. You know, these are your 2 teams in last place. Atletico just above them in 14th place. So all of these teams currently outside of the circle, outside of the top 8, they need to have something start going their way. And Andy FPS is done and dusted. Just like that for Pat Caps. 1 kill picked up for Envy. Still looking to find their way into the top 8.
Yeah, down in 10th, unfortunately, coming into this, so it only makes things a little bit more harder. On the side of, when you actually look at these tables, all in all, and you kind of touched on it, from 14th place all the way up to 8th, which is the crossover, it's a mere 10 points. It's nothing. It's a win.
Yeah. I mean, it's a win. And with 2 games here on Miramar, I mean, anything is possible, and every team in this lobby is capable of producing one of those big type of games. And we haven't seen it happen just yet, but as Liquid has showed us, anything can happen. All it takes is that 1 game to turn things around.
It was good to see them get the win. I think they needed it for the boost of confidence, if not the boost of points, to put them in the league table. We still have to remember that there are 15 other teams besides Liquid. We do focus on it because at the end of the day, I've said this before, it's, in my book, a top 5, top 6 world-class team, and to see them down in 32nd is just abysmal. Jimbo will be walking into the open arms of Moody. What just happened? He missed him. If he turns around now when he's so weak, he'll be able to take advantage of this one. Moody, you cannot miss them shots, brother. You have to kill him.
There's no way that he had to have thought of he missed him completely. That's the only reason I can think of why he wouldn't just turn back around on this empty. Now going to come provide a little bit of support. Moody, I don't think hurt him, but he's going to feel that.
This isn't good. He's been spotted out the window. Okay, the damage is there from the 762. Puts him in the ground and he's going to finish him. You don't let them get away with that for a second time round. My only concern is, do Liquid get overzealous here? Do they get punished? Do they get bloodthirsty and then picked apart at the wayside? Because the rest of MB is here. And infantry in the background. They've got Jempty dead to rights potentially. Keep an eye on the kill feed. He could potentially going down. Sampty, bide your time and be careful. You are in open waters here. Ibby does have the cross, but still, this is quite sketchy for Liquid.
On the other hand, congratulations to Envy for collapsing on this so quickly. Moody, what a clutch solo performance coming out from him, and it looks like the rest of Team Liquid might be just bugging out of this, but I'm not sure what Jempty's going to do here.
Well, they've committed to it.
Bisa is pulling off way off to the north here, across the street. He's got to get himself somewhere safe, get out of the line of sight of infantry. Samty going to provide a little bit of support over the top, but really, I mean, if Envy decides to push into Jempy here, he's pretty much dead to rights.
They're all committing to this location for good reason, and that's because eventually the circle will pull away from the water side, and we do see a good amount of finishes around this central area where they are, these positions anywhere between outskirts on the left-hand side, Los Leones, and running up to the backside of Kumasera, to be fair. It's a solid area, and you can tell we've been doing a lot of research, so these teams, so these players, and we've seen so many circles. It does flood down the mountainsides, and it does end around this position. So to take this ground now is absolutely vital for these teams, but losing bodies by doing so is not the play. Taking as many as you humanly can to the late game, to the latter circles, that's what you'll be wanting to do, because it's no good having a damn good position if you've only got one player who can defend it.
And Jempty does manage to escape for it now. You can see a few shots being sent that way from the QM squad. Armory Gaming, they're going to be making their way in towards the center of the circle, but they've got VC taking shots at them from range. You know, you don't want to be in the crosshairs of VC. Not today.
Pro Crowd will lay down the hammer, but again, doing this from outside of the white might prove a little bit risky going forward in the game, because eventually they have to cross over there. For all we know, and for all they know, the Jesters may just set up outside Monte Nuevo and hold them dead to rights. Duckman's up in the hills just above this, keeping an eye. I'm seeing him rotate in the vehicle, and that's fine for now. We spoke about Coastal Roads, G2, usual thing for them, exact normal play what we'd see in the PEL, but just behind them is the Sun Sisters, so they have to be careful.
Yeah, G2 a little bit split. They sent 2 early and 2 kind of dragging behind a little bit, but looks like Sun Sister going to be avoiding them for now. You can see Brexco going to trade out the Murado for the motorcycle. Good pickup for him. Detonator, on the other hand, did decide to come out on the western side. Still going towards that southern road, though.
I'll be honest, for G2, this is what I think one of the downfalls of this roster. They like to play split. There'll be times we see other teams been much more educated, I want to say of a better word. They'll sweep and clear as a unit, go for the refrags if they have to, take the trades where needed. But in G2's certain predicaments where they are, they'll have one player who goes down, and there's no one there for the revive. There's no one there to help them out, no one there for support, and they get picked apart individually. It's okay having your scout to go off and find good grounds, but you don't want to take too much and kind of take away too much from the map, because you get punished by that. You don't need 2 scouts is what I'm trying to say, and when you leave 2 back and have 2 forward, it's just playing a split-man game, and unfortunately sometimes doesn't go too well for them.
Well, things working out pretty well for Brexco right now. He does manage to pick up a crate on the top of the hillside and get vision on QM here as they're pushing through. He doesn't take the Groza, doesn't take the Ghillie, but he will take all that level 3 armor, and he will take a few shots here at QM departing. He's going to have to pull back just as quickly. The rest of the squad, not anywhere near him still. Chris has gone off to the south. Vianis and Nella is just making their way inside the circle. Meanwhile, Team Liquid moving a little bit more disciplined as a unit, as you said. Just to the south, or just to the east, rather, of W Click, but this is not what Ibiza wants to be in right now.
As of yesterday, W Click throughout this entire lobby, they were at the highest average kills for Miramar. They were coming in with this with a 5.0 KD. Fair enough, we've only had a couple of games, we've only had 2, but still, they were farming yesterday, so it's not right good when you look towards their average placements, which was 7.5, but still, they can shoot, and they will do damage to your roster. Circle about to update. More than likely going to pop towards that central area, which it does. The head of the pack is there. It's a bit of a hard shift more towards the northwest, but still keeps that good ground in that we kind of expect. Kumasera, slap, bang, in the middle. We have 3 layers to that area, and if we do go around it, it's going to get messy.
Great shift there for Rumblers, a great shift for Athletico as you see them repositioning slightly towards the center of the circle. They do have Detonator that did make that western rotation down from the northern loot spot. Looks like they're going to be regrouping a little bit on the lower ground here as we see Rumblers trying to figure out where they want to play from in this circle. This is a Chumacera looting team. They are used to playing around here as we see Jempty running away from the QM squad.
This is a bit of an IGL's game now. You really need to listen to your commander because the circle will not go to Kumasera. Given that the mountain... I'll hold for a second. No, just change your vehicles, that's fine. Don't run yourself over. The circle will not go dead center on Kumisera because of the mountainsides and the inaccessible terrain around it. But it does have a tendency to either go to the west or to the east. Now, you need to be in a decent predicament where, regardless of where this circle goes, you have access, you have ability, you have an exit plan and a route towards the next one. PUBG is a mathematical game where you need to plan ahead. Be in a good position that you can traverse the map wherever you need to be, wherever that circle sends you, because it can be cruel. And the best teams are the ones that are adaptive and move on the fly.
You gotta be able to gather that information. Good Moody. Take another look at Moody. Just barely. He's got a tire print on his forehead. I'm not sure how he survives that one, but again, you were correct. Got to hit those shots if you're Moody. You see Jempty trying to make a run here, and he's actually going to survive for now. Nice little spot for the rest of the boys if they can make their way to him.
The call will come in, and in theory, the rest of them will follow pace.
Oh, yes.
Giannis has found QM out in the open. Initial tag will be there, so the warning shots. He does the support from behind. They'll have the angles to at least put down this cover fire. The call will come through from the IGL, move up, get stuck in, try and pick up a frag. He's been very cautious on the right-hand side, and for good measure. You do have the windows of those buildings, but now we'll be able to get the audible cue that they're just saying, you know what, stuff this, we've lost a man, let's crack on.
Not a bad call from QM, although they do have Wu Fang down way in the south, separated from everybody. He's got it going with Nelaz. Looks like Nelaz right on top of him. Easy is going to get picked off as well. Not sure if they had to have been trading shots here.
Look at that kill feed.
Yeah.
Interrogate's down, Ibby's down. All these fights are starting to unfold. Easy res for now. That must have been a decent long shot. Ibby, I can see on the map, and I will update you, I think he's about to die because W, Click, and GEX are all looking at his dead corpse and just hoping they can get a final tag and a frag, which GEX does. Liquid down to 2, top side of Kumisera for them. Below them, we have Atletico, the Rumblers, Detonator all the way on the west with the biggest split I've ever seen. 2 all the way up against the white, 2 rather close towards Kumisera. In the northeast, it's not too much better either. Infantry, VC, Armory Gaming, Crow Crowd, Jesters, they're all just waiting to see where this next circle pops, because regardless what it's going to be, you'll see a fair few teams just bombing to the central point.
This is a classic split from Detonator. This is what we see them do all the time in the PKL. They like to have a big area of control, and every single one of them knows exactly where the next compound is that they want to rotate to. They have so much information on that western side of the circle, rather. As we see GYY taking some shots at the G2 boys. This fight far from over, it would seem, between QM and G2.
Rumblers can potentially hold people back and stop them making an entry point into Kumisera. For me, they will eventually have to go to the top plateau side of Kumisera just because of, again, down at the bottom main road, we don't really ever see circles there, generally speaking. It can be a bit of a mess. I think Team Liquid has got to sit back now on the silos and do what they can, but they will have to peacock. They will have to keep people out the backside of Kumisera, because if they get overrun by several teams, QM, GX, G2, Detonator, it's a really big open amount of land, and for 2 players, it'll be difficult to hold off.
Yeah, I mean, they are down to 2 players, but as you said, they are in a great position to really see all around them, take shots at everything, which is exactly what they're doing right now as we check in on Envy trying to make their way in after their run-in earlier with the Liquid boys. 2 kills to their name so far, but they're going to be running right into infantry at the church. This is a very, very dangerous push by Envy, and they think they know it. They're just going to crash it.
There is potential that you will find no god here, boys.
Oh,
or
no,
maybe
pride.
it will be the Chinese gods themselves. They are pushing out on this one. They've seen one go down. Moody's down. They're dead. It's as simple as that. 16th place, North America going down rather quickly. Infantry, they'll say thank you very much. That's some easy free points for us. And more importantly, bullets, bandages, anything they need to continue the riot and to get up into that top 8. They are 5th now. They can hold on to this and secure it. Sampty onto Rusty Zera in the kill feed. A bit of revenge there. Jempty picking up Raspu as well, but there is a response from Atletico. They're down below them.
It is possible that that could be it for Envy. That could be them being dusted here. Going out in 16th place with 0 points once again. Skeet actually.
Hello.
Get exploded by his own vehicle. You hate to see that, as Armory's in the middle of trying to make a push here and losing 1. already on the north side of Chumacera here. Rumblers, looks like they're breaking line of sight, trying to see if they can see anything, but nothing to be found just yet.
I think the play was to try and keep people away from getting in the backside of this town.
Oh,
unfortunately,
Nellis doesn't see him.
Been held down by players up top. That bike, oh, that hit him. Taps him a little bit, forced him to move. Grenades do come in. Caught in open grounds. The bigger player, I mean, G2 kind of need to kill them here. Push on them, take them down, get them wiped out and advance forward because Sun Sisters are not too far behind.
Somehow GYY has just managed to break line of sight every single time here. I mean, they're right on top of each other. You can also see Wu Fang off to the south, and there's another shot, but he doesn't get the down. Not going to land the bullets. And look at this, Sun Sister is actually coming in from the east here as well. So this could be a third party very soon. G2 is falling apart here as GYY coming up clutch.
Decent response, at least from Nelos for now. Yanis also onto the opposing side. But the Sun Sisters, we've said for a while, they've been chasing their tails. They are hot on their heels.
Oh, boy.
And now they're coming to finish off both of these teams. They're battered, they're bleeding, and for them, it's 3 points. And currently, where are they in the tables there? Well, they're on 8th, so every single point matters and every single point counts if they want to stay above that.
Nella's doing everything he can to keep G2 in this. You see Giannis is going to spot out Fianchan. He's going to land the shots. That's going to do it. He's going to get him down, but now Crazy Sam comes over the top and trades it back. So Nellas, what can you do here? He's coming from the backside. He's going to get the shots into Crazy Sam. Not going to be enough to get the down.
Slightly upsetting that he double questioned himself there. He looked to get the flush and then turned him face for a second. So now he gets denied that 1 point and unfortunately did cost him his life. Nellos left in a very difficult situation, to say the least.
Wu Fang coming up from the backside as well. Not sure if Nellos knows he's there. He's been on foot chasing the blue for quite some time for QM, the last remaining player up, and he could catch Nellos here by surprise. And oh yeah, he spotted him out.
I'd have to question the med situation as well. When you're used in a first aid kit for that amount of health, it's kind of a waste. Remember, a first aid will take you up to 75%. He was on about 60, so that would suggest that he doesn't have bandages, he doesn't have stims, and he also no longer has a place on this server because G2 are dead.
Out and out. Now let's see what Sun Sister can do here. They're going to try to go and get the res onto Fianchan, but Wu Fang could be a huge thorn in their side here, a huge wild card. Coming over to the top, he does have that extended mag in the AK. Listening for footsteps, seeing what he can see. He's not going to spot out anything just yet, though. Slowly with the blue.
Calm down for a second. All calm on the western front. Out in no man's land. Jesters and Detonator. You know, speaking about Detonator in the previous one, Aqua 5 is certainly a player who I think, yeah, there is absolutely no doubt we'd see him in the semi-finals with his roster, but what we've seen so far, Liquid's position, G2's position, just goes to show that any given Sunday, anything can happen. AKM hammered down. 1-2, thank you.
Wu Fang playing it so quietly, so sneakily, managing to get 2 more kills, and look at that, a free motorcycle. You don't have to walk on foot anymore, buddy. You're going to get a ride right into the circle, but right into a few bullets sent your way from the GEX boys.
I'm glad he waited for a second. I mean, the AKM at best of times can look towards the sun when you let rip with that thing, but to get them turning on the bike was the perfect timing. Picks it up for his team at least. That's 2 easy points in the bag.
Rascal Jester trying to wrap around this. They know exactly where Wicked is. The rest of the Detonator squad trying to provide a little bit of support here. No lines of sight to be had just yet. You can see bullets are being sent that way, but not from this squad.
Watch out behind them. There is a player. He doesn't realize he's there. I can see him on the map seeking. Might spoil everything they put together here. But he needs to be quite careful. No, he's done nothing. He has done... He bided his time so long that his team died before he even arrived.
You got to figure something was supposed to happen there, and it just never really did. The communication wasn't there. So Seeking, did he get spotted out as well? I don't even see him on the map anymore.
There is potential that someone from across the other side of the map may have held him down, and if we don't see that, then that's fair play. But you can see what the idea was, to come from behind, get the flank, and then do the damage. But unfortunately, too little, too late. They're dead, and so are Sun Sister. 13th place will be on their tombstone for now. We'll see you on the next map, and that'll be the final one that you get. It'll be the final one for all of these teams. This, much like anything else in PUBG, will be coming down to the very last game.
Huge right now, though, for Detonator and Athletico. You can see where they're sitting currently in the leaderboards, and they've got decent spots right now. Detonator already sitting on a nice little handful of kills. We have to see if Athletico can maybe come alive here in the late game, but this is a rough circle here to try to collect kills right here on Chumacera. Any of these urban circles, very difficult to work around.
Shots trading back and forth. Crow Crowd being held out.
See, Wicked right on top of them, though.
Well, this is the problem. You could say maybe Tixu could reposition or Nuki could go for an off angle, but the problem is you literally have Infantry and VC Gaming on the other side. Like, you can't expose yourself, otherwise you're instantly going to get slapped, for the better word. Infantry could be an interesting one, just so you know. That's
nice shot.
Building in the background. Infantry will have to come downhill into an open run against VC.
Detonator loses their Anchorman and Wicked, and he's going to go down. This goes down as well, but not wasting the time trying to go for the reses just yet. They know that they have Crow Crowd dead to rights here. Misa and Teme both taken down. Nuki has managed to make it a little bit closer here. Or actually, Tixu.
Oh no. Looked away at the wrong time. Aqua 5 is just having his way.
Nuki.
They're all dead.
Good night. 7 kills now for Detonator, although they do manage to lose 2 in the process. So that is rough news for them. It looks like they might be able to go for this res here, but Infantry looks like they might be a little bit hungry.
We need to appreciate that W Click is currently in this with 46 points, but look at the live rankings. 10, 11, 12, 39, 38, 37. Even Athletico with a damn good game, they can jump right up there. Everything's still on the line. Samti's life also in the balance on his own inside one tiny compound. Infantry went for an interesting run, Poro. They actually hit the road. They decided to not take the fight against VC, and that's fair play. But now, unfortunately, they've found themselves directly in front of Detonator, who will have to come down from the mountainside.
Oh, Bullion going to go down already to Isco, as they do manage to get the res off, and look at the grenades that they managed. I think they just picked up all of this utility off of Crow Crowd because they were sitting a little bit low earlier. Bullion is going to bleed out here, it looks like. Lin just lying prone, trying to stay alive.
Split between two rosters. It's rather unfortunate. Rock and a hard place. Circle has not been favorable for any of these teams towards the north side. As soon as that bike instantly just sets off, Armory Gaming, Athletico, Rumblers, everybody is looking up. Even Samti could get involved, unless the Red Canids make a push onto him, because for the Red Canids, it's the only compound that is in front of them. It's the only way into the circle. They either die now from VC Gaming, seeing them in the open, or they meet Samti inside this building.
And Samti is dumpster diving. This is all you can really do when you're solo by yourself. Try to stay alive a little bit longer. He knows he's getting crashed, and that's good awareness on the part of him. So he's going to stay alive for a little bit longer here, while every other team looks like VC is wrapping around. Yeah, he's just listening.
Is it too soon to make a liquid and trash joke?
You know what? I will defer to you as the European.
Oh, he's got him.
Are you kidding me?
Bye-bye, Samti. Now, if that's a preemptive nade to read it, credit where credit's due to check it.
I got to imagine that they had been trading shots back and forth with him for quite some time. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Liquid's in the trash. Okay. Oh, well, I'm sure the memes will follow through with that one.
Just
Infantry.
themselves.
Breaking is actually taking that will hold VC back, but as we've seen with VC Gaming in the previous games, they have been on fire. Unfortunately, this time they are at the end of the whip because they're losing players, they're bleeding out. The Rumblers this time been able to pick up a few. Lin decides it's over and done with for him, and he says, okay, well, I'm gone. And they all, actually, this is, I think that's kind of smart, deny the points to stop anyone else, because at that position where they are, why bother giving away to teams that are further down the leaderboard?
No real point to it, as you said. I mean, they're sitting on 51 points. You know it's as close as it is. Just you don't know who's going to be taking them. As VC is trying to make their way in, they've got the smoke wall set. Red Canids can only peek so many angles here because they are being watched closely by GDX and Rumblers. Oh,
it's a good opener. Shows his face for now. Knows the information. Good re-peek will at least force him back.
Good night.
It's actually an overextension. It is. The Psycho does go out to grab the angle. He picks up the points as well. Nice secure. Circle updates, pulls slightly out of Kumasera and does go to the top plateau. GEX, fantastic position. And more importantly, they can bottleneck and strangle W Click on the outskirts. They have to come this way. They cannot go down low. It's just simply impossible.
Yeah, they the thing about GEX, so I don't think they're even aware the W Click is where they are, so they're going to have to be able to turn on this really, really quickly. You can see they're already getting good position here. Rumblers have to make their way across the street. Atletico has to kind of get on top of each other here. As you see DMG, the last remaining player up here for Armory Gaming, is just holding the line here, holding the angle, waiting for somebody to come peeking.
Atletico yet to show their hand. They've been inside the circle for a hell of a long time. When you're gifted something like this, I expect something big. Take full advantage and make sure you pick up the placement points. Zoidmate been reactive. I can see him on the map. He's already searching and clearing buildings to stop the Rumblers from joining full forces. Some of these teams are like Transformers. They're strong independently, but you put them all together as one, and it will be in for a difficult time. Speaking of difficult times, Red Canids.
Yeah, a world of hurt.
This is the run of their life. Smokes are up. What can they do?
I mean, the smoke wall that they have set up for themselves is quite decent, but look at this. I mean, Los just...
Bombardment.
Yeah. Oh, my God. That's about the nicest nade you'll see here. No, Psycho, you're not going for the res there. Stop. Stop. Don't even think about it. Just try to make your way across the street here, but Los has them absolutely dead to rights here. Yep, Psycho's down. Another kill picked up. Actually, Silzen
yoink,
gonna steal that one away. But not that one. Microfry is gonna pick that one up. 5 kills now for Rumblers, and they managed to make get all 4 across the street here for Rumblers as well. There you go. Zoidmate gonna be picking off DMG. As we hear the Australian contingent is very excited.
The only one.
The only one. Yeah, there's a few. There's quite a few here. There they go.
Oh, there they go.
We hear him standing up. Well, Atletico still has a lot of work to do here. 16 alive. That's 12 points on the table for them in the form of kills if they can manage to get their act together here. The circle is going to go away from them, and GEX in prime position here.
Given the position of all the teams that are on the top plateau, they don't have a massive amount of overview on the teams that will be approaching them. Wu Feng could be a bit of a pain in the ass here. Should they arrive and not check that building and realize where he is, they can get to a certain angle that they'll be able to make an entry point into this circle. Cherry Popping will make that a little bit easier by taking W Click's angle out of the equation.
Well done.
Reeboks might not even be able to go for, excuse me, didn't have to go for the res, his teammates with him. Silzen still be able to do some damage here. Zoidmate is currently being a nuisance and an anchor point. Even if he gives himself up for the greater good, so to speak, they can all focus towards him. Refrags there.
Oh,
what?
Wu Feng has been causing problems for everyone in this game, and he manages to put a huge thorn in the side of Atletico here. You can see he almost got the flush on the Juxi there. Just one bullet more would have been enough.
I like that Zoidmate's playing selfless because, in my opinion, he doesn't survive here. Once he comes out of that building, he's got such an open run. Saying that, we saw Jempsy do it in one of the previous Erangel runs. How he survived is completely beyond me, but still, Zoidmate can hold the Rumblers back, which stops any assault from upside of the northern edge of this circle. All he has to do is just hold them in the blue, and everyone else can murder them, and that gets Atletico maybe a point or two, but definitely placement. There we go.
Exactly what you want. You want him to pick up points here. He's going to find Cherry Poppins. He's going to see Los HG trying to make the cross around as well. He's going to get the down. That's huge for Atletico. He's going to get chunked down by the blue, down to just 2 health. What can Rumblers do to try to come up with this? He's going to go down to Waldo, but Rumblers now dead to rights here, essentially from QM, I'm sorry, GEX and W Click. Either one looking down here. Flood trying to see if he can find some angle onto this to maybe flush out those downs. But Juxi went down to the zone. Oh, no. It's all down to Flood.
It is, and the Flood will come through in the form of GEX. They put them down. Silzen still watching the bottom side of this because he knows the team has to show their face. GEX, though, it's time to strike. They can hear the bullets going off. They want to get involved, all 4 players.
There you go. 2 kills for Atletico, though.
He did his job. He held them back so much. Literally, I know it was everyone else kind of flopped around it, but still holding them down there has picked him up some frags.
Absolutely. And as you see the live scoreboard on the left there, Atletico now in 10th place with 42 points. 8th place is 46. While we have the 4th and the 5th place team deciding who will finish off this game a little bit higher in the ranking, be more secure.
That's the more important thing. Like being able to pick up this win and if 4 kills, for example, for W Click, they'll jump them.
That'd be absolutely huge. I mean, basically, whoever wins this game is essentially guaranteed their spot in next weekend.
This will be hard with the circle as well. Going to push them over the edge. Like getting in there will be difficult. Everyone priest him. No one really has to deny points here for the simple fact that both of these teams are up there. Play it out, see what you can get. For W Click, nothing to lose, everything to gain. Crack on, boys, get stimmed up, it's go time. It's going to be a difficult one, but if you work together and hit him for the head, all you got to do is click on it and it's job done.
GEX with a very wide spread here. They've got Leo on the far flank. All he has to do is kind of come over the side here, and he could have the entirety of W Click right in the middle of his sights. Fortunately, he's not going to do it here, as it looks like the GEX is just content with playing this safe. They realize they have center circle. Shots coming out, but nothing finding its home just yet. There's one. Sophia going to find Rybo. Kane going to come over the top. He's going to get Silzen. There's one more to be found, and that's going to be it. GEX.
want to see next weekend, now is the time to fight. Now is the time to go and find these frags deep, deep. Speak to your IGL, listen to him, get the job done, and qualify for this damn tournament because your life is on the line. $1 million sits at the Oakland Oracle Arena, and the only way to get your hands on it is to qualify today. I don't know how else we can really set the story, but this could be a very wild map.
Getting a pretty good start to it as well. Very southwesterly plain. Everything very open with the exception of maybe El Al-Zahar. Everything off to points northeast. But for the most part, everything should be safe. But as you said, so much riding on this game. It cannot be overstated. 8 teams will be going home after this one.
I'm looking for potential hot drops here. I'm looking if someone at the top of the table just says, you know what, balls to it, we'll go hunting. There are going to be other teams, and like I said, if 9th through 16th, okay, you want to get the win. But for instance, if you G2, a win just won't cut it. Hell, a win now on its own won't even get them into the top 8, so they have to frag out. It's as simple as that. But we do need to see if any other teams want to chase the tails for the likes of Liquid, for the likes of Infantry. Regional rivalries. There's potential for some weird and wonderful things.
And we have a circle up to the north, dead north. Check in on Global Esports XSET. GEX having such a phenomenal game last game, looting up around Monte Nuevo. This is a team that has been performing very, very well today, but not really a whole lot of expected of it. I'm assuming.
I think we've been given the nod of the head that it will be a restart, so we'll hold just there for a second.
That's sorry, I was being a little bit. I was taking about time. You know who it was? It was Sun Sisters Fianchen, and that you know when that's a team that's sitting in 8th place and he DCs, that is something that I'm glad we're getting a restart here because that's absolutely huge.
Well, that's why we have all the admins behind all these players to make sure everyone's happy, everyone gets on the server, and we can keep the competitive integrity to its highest point.
Absolutely. I mean, considering how many games we have played this weekend, this is kind of the first time I think we've had a disconnect.
Look, I'll always give huge amounts of credit to PUBG because, like, you have to think how much equipment is behind these players. If there's one thing about Battle Royale, it's the potential for things to go wrong. You have 4 players per team. You have 16 teams. You've got the computers. You've got the mice, the keyboards, the headsets. You've got everything. You got the whole package that could possibly go wrong. And to have 1 restart so far, I don't think that's a bad going at all.
Absolutely. Checking in on the Sun Sister boys. You can see some of them are feeling pressure, some of them less so.
I mean, this just adds to it, right?
Yeah. I mean,
tension. Keep them on their toes.
How you deal with these type of high pressure situations changes. It's a variable. So we check in on our kill leaders right now. Leo from GEX and Tide from VC Gaming sharing the lead so far with 11 apiece.
Credit where credit is due, though. Zoidmate's play in that last round was so selfless to sit there and think, you know what, the blue's going to take me, but hell, I'll take as many members of the Rumblers as I can before going down. And even when he died, he still picked up 2 kills from the grave, so it does get him up there in the top 5 leaderboard so far on last map.
Absolutely. I mean, it's something that you wanted to see as well. I mean, you kind of hope that maybe your 3 teammates that went to the top of the mountain may have gone a little bit further, but it was not meant to be this time around. But while we load back into game, while we get everything squared away, we're going to send it back over to the analyst desk to fill in for just a couple more moments. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to get right back to it as soon as possible.
That's right, because we're the best. Welcome back. It's time to have a
players in a little bit of suspense, leave you guys at home in a little bit of suspense. And we change the playing path up ever so slightly. This time we start over Campo Militar. We got all the way down to Val Del Mar. That rhymes, and I didn't mean it to, but either way.
We'll take it.
For Sun Sisters, they're straight out of the plane that says, thank you very much. We'll go to home turf, we'll get some gear, and we'll crack on. For the rest of them, we are looking for any signs of early aggression. We are looking for signs of potential hot drops, contested spots, because, and that's the one thing I will repeat from the last one, regardless of who you are, 9 through 16, you have to get frags, you have to go killing. At the moment, you're not qualified. You're not going any further than this map. To do so, you have to kill.
There is no safe play left to be had here. You need to go out there and get your points, get your money while you can. We see Team Liquid dropping over by Mikado, and look at this. Envy. Normally a low slate on his team, so they're probably just doing a long drop over that, but I got a little bit excited, I'm not going to lie. Just a little bit.
It'd have been nice to see.
Would have been fun.
I mean, if you're a PL fan, it would have been nice to see.
Oh, spicy.
It would have been wonderful. A little bit of NPL, PL banter.
Oh, yeah.
I'd have been down for it.
Not that we've had enough of that.
I know. I don't want to go there anymore because I don't know how things are going to go down.
Yeah, I know both of us.
And it's
are
going to
just
get more
kinda
teams
sitting
through than you at this point.
Yeah, we never know. You never know. I mean, there is so much still left available here. Is QN going to make their run away from VC, which is smart because VC is pretty much just killing everything in front of them at this point. And we have a circle, and we're going south.
Actually, not too dissimilar from the last one.
Yeah,
Head
not
to
too
the
bad.
dark rock side. Los Leones also within play. Bit of water, not too bad though, but it does keep things a little bit more tougher at the top. It makes things harder for the rotates and so on and so forth. Again, I hate to repeat it, but still G2, look for them. It's a usual rotational path. I mean, you can go through the North American teams that you usually see in NPL, for instance, for where NBR now, what they play off the back of this, but for G2, it will be a standard route set all the way down on the east side, make an entry point below Los Leones. And then what you tend to find is that teams like to follow that path, and we just get clashes down there, smashing each other to pieces. And then the circle does condense. It becomes a bit more tougher up at the top.
You know, you were talking about the teams that were sitting at the top part of the leaderboard that are already fairly certain that they've qualified, maybe hot dropping another team that maybe they don't want to see in the next lobby. Rumblers always drop Chumacera. Plane was directly over Chumacera, yet some reason they're in the spot where Detonator normally drops.
Interesting.
Nothing really came of it. Detonator managing to stay out of this for a while. At least play it safe for now, but interesting nonetheless as we check in on the Team Liquid boys. Already done up there looting in Picado, heading it towards the center of this circle. They do have W click in front of them, but very, very spread out. And it should be a fairly safe transition for Team Liquid, unless, of course, we see them run into squad from Envy again.
My box has that M24 in hand as well. We'll see if we can hit the world now. In any way, shape or form. Liquid, they're always quick off the start. But W Click are very sparsely separated, and they might not expect to see players as deep inside the circle. I'm watching. Liquid are getting close to them. Liquid are getting really close. I'll have to check in and see if anything comes of it. Reebok's on his own, as I said. He will not have support should he go down, but oh, okay, no. He's like, no, you know what, boys? I'm on my own. You can have it. This is fine.
Better play. Smart play from W Click. I mean, they are sitting in 5th place, but as we said, anything south of 4th is, you know, you still want to have a decent game here. You definitely do not want to go out in 16th place and be sweating bullets for the remainder of this game. So, well played by W Click there.
I'm intrigued to see how the Western Front goes down, to be fair, because, as you mentioned, we've now got the Rumblers thrown into the fray of all that mess. Detonator are going to have to spread out. Red Canids are there. Monte Nuevo has 3 teams kicking around it. GEX, Atletico, Armory Gaming. Once that's happened, we have Jesters and Crowcrow that also have to make a decision how they get into the circle. It's going to be rather messy.
It's an interesting angle to hold there from Moody. It looks like Silzen's just going to drive around it. Is he going to get out? Nope, he doesn't want a piece of it. He's just going to keep going, playing it safe. And that's kind of surprising. We've been seeing people jump out of this for quite a...
Oh, God, I was hoping.
The seat change! The seat swap! Silzen gets the down on onto Pat Caps. Interrogate's going to try to land a few more shots into him, but Silzen managing to stay alive. Pat Cap's going to try to hide behind the down card. There it is, Taro going to land it with the DMR from range.
Tries to be cocky with the quick scope and actually gets shown up with the drive-by outside of the window. Decent long-range shot at least, but I mean, hell, he was weak. But still, to pick it up and get revenge, that's fine. Silzen, really strong individual player for W Click, unfortunately taken out of this one. Jempty also, I can see on the map, is making a bit of a creep towards this way, so they might smell blood in the water and feel they want to get a part in this. Lost HD.
Oh.
Can he get the second?
Oh, no.
Not like this. Not like this. Detonator, no. Martin was talking how we want to see, well, honestly, we want to see, but potential for Korea to get all of its teams through the group stage. Detonator down in 13th. That just got a little bit harder.
Oh, oh, God. Give me that splat and 7.1 surround every single time. Interrogate, making sure he knows who it was that killed him. Jempty, as he said, was making his way over here. He doesn't seem to have any line of sight on it, however. But yeah, as you were mentioning, Detonator now down to 2. Aqua 5 and Hikari both very split up here. Man, with 2, it's going to take a lot. I mean, I don't think they got it. I think this might be
The end.
it for Detonator here, unless they are able to pick up a bunch of kills, which we've seen them do before. While C King Jaws going to try to make his way across a wide open field while under the watchful eye of Nuki and Tiksu. I'm not doing
Close.
it again. I'm not doing it again.
No.
I saw you. You gave me the eyeballs, but I'm not doing it again. C King Jaws.
I only looked because you looked. I didn't say anything.
That's fair. That's fair. So you see GEX making their way through the Los Higos over on the island just to the south of the mainland, making a long rotation here. This is safe to the point of kind of, I mean, you never really see people rotate through here, but who knows? Look at this, Silzen, his line of sight onto this. Pat, oh my gosh, it was so close. Pat was 1 bullet away. You hate to see it, but fortunately, Pat Caps is still alive and Silzen isn't. So things going good for Team Envy.
Every time I see a drive-by since PNC, I just shudder. always scares me. Every time.
I can understand why. I can understand why the Brazilian team definitely left its impression on that.
In my mind. Yeah. Help me. G2, by the way, up in the distance, you can see on the map, are in front of Infantry Gaming. Whether or not they get the audible cue to turn around and set up shop to maybe and potentially take them out on the rotation could be a different question altogether. Plenty of room in front of them to find a foothold on this map. GX, no one in sight. It's nice and happy and easy for them, and they are at the top, so I'm surprised they're not really getting too aggressive. At 65, you'd expect them to be qualified through this one so they can go and ruin the hopes and dreams of another team. Envy just in front of them, 2-2. Pat Caps back on his feet, gets a second chance, thankfully. The bullets from a distance and from afar did not find the target whatsoever. Armory Gaming in the thick of it. VC above them, W Click right in front of them, Athletica to the left, Team Liquid to the right. They have a fair amount of work to do.
There we go. 2 bullets. That's all it takes.
Back of the head.
Eventually. We got them, though. We got them, boys. Is Interrogate going to keep... They've got a whole lot of... they're in a nice little 2-2 split. They got a whole lot of land around them. We check in on Crow Crowd. They're coming in on the western side. Nothing really around them just yet, as they have kind of the whole southwestern part of this mainland circle free and clear.
Bump him. Oh. Give your boy a bump. You could have helped him out then.
Little bump? No bumps. No bumps to be found. Really interesting to see Team Liquid. They've got a really good split, 4 kind of 1-1-1-1 split going on in the center of the circle. New circle has popped, and we're going to see go a little bit more to the southwest. But that is a confident split there from Liquid.
Honestly, I think at this point we just kind of need to bring up the map and show you how this is all going to go down, because everybody, and I mean everybody, is inside of a vehicle. Everyone except the Red Canids and the Rumblers, because they're in the same spot as before, so there's nowhere else really to go for them. Detonator, they'll stand still. With only 2 of them inside the circle, really, you don't want to be doing anything too dangerous. GEX on rotation, so an Envy. They're all down at the bottom in the south. Infantry Gaming has completely turned and faced the opposite way. They're actually driving out towards the east. They're going to hit the blue and go for the long game. hopefully play it safe, but unfortunately, Envy will be on the road as they come through, so they have to be careful. Liquid has regrouped. VC's inside the circle on the north. Sun Sisters and G2, this could be dangerous. They're both lingering around Picado, and they're getting rather close.
See, I thought it going to take some long-range shots here at the TL boys as they make their way through on vehicles. Jeems leading the way. Red Cannons, no real shots to be found. And it looks like Liquid should have a good priority on pretty much wherever they want here towards the center of the circle. Jeems all by himself. Yeah, I mean, no angles really to be found here for Red Candidates.
Oh dear.
Down onto this. Although,
Oh dear.
looks like somebody might have found something here onto Ivy.
Yeah, he's been tagged from afar up top.
It's Harold.
Oh dear.
W click.
Where are they? 54 points, 5th position. They want as many points as possible to definitely secure that. You'd have thought anyone over 50 would kind of be safe, but I'm not going to count anyone out until it's definitely over. Live rankings on the left-hand side. The Sun Sisters still holding on for dear life in 8th position. But it truly, at this point, truly is anybody's game. I mean, hell, G2, if they pick up 15 kills and a win, there is potential they could also qualify.
Nice shots. Unfortunately, not going to be overall kind of meaningless here, as Microfry actually is going to get downed and flushed here by Rusty Zera. Rumblers, it looks like they wanted this fight with Red Cannons. I mean, they knew exactly where Red Cannons was, and this is something that Envy needs desperately bad here. As you can see where they're sitting currently in the leaderboards with 38 points all the way down to 14th. They need as many kills as they can possibly find.
Still just... Oh, interesting. Oh. There's a headshot waiting to happen, but I very much doubt Samty will ever stand still. Any good player will never stand still unless they get too tunnel visioned.
Absolutely not. And Waldo, of course, see sitting with that Mini 14, not a Bolt player. Although he is a kind of a Bolt player. He was in the past, as we've seen kind of a resurgence of Bolts in these last couple of days. But
honestly, if you're not Drassel, it's not worth it. I just think it's as simple as that. If you're not Drassel, it's just not worth it at this stage. They're so forgiving. And if you miss, you just crack on again, don't you? Oh, hang on a minute. We're getting a little bit up close and personal here. I don't think they realize where he is and just how close he is. Honestly, Liquid are kind of exposed. I know you have a lot of dips and divots you can play in this rough terrain area, but still, with the multitude of teams that are encroaching on their position, this could be deadly.
Yeah, this is especially when you're down to 3, you can only, cover so many angles with 3 people here. As Rumblers, they're just sneaking up on this as well. As we check in on Crow Crowd, they are dead center of this circle, which is huge for them. So they don't need a whole lot of points. They're one of the cluster, the 40 cluster. That with one good game could really find themselves jumping up there and making it. They have, obviously, I think, the best position in this new circle, really.
Everyone at home just watching this with bated breath to see what happens. The Rumblers, they turn and face towards a different area. Listening for players coming in. 4 HP, 4 head. You don't get the heal off. We have Atletico, who have just moved up to the top side of the plateau in Kumasera. G2 have made an arrival, but it might be noisy. There are 2 teams looking their way. W Click, it'll be a bit rough for them, but no one really in sight, so they're kind of easy for now. G2, though, we have to check in with them because they're driving between 2 teams and they sparsely split, nowhere to go. All the way at the bottom of the leaderboard. It'll be extremely difficult. They got VC on the left-hand side and Jesters on the right. This is going to be a battle of life and death.
Good shots coming out from Brexco there. Saving his team really is Doom having to push back a little bit now. Summer is still got a good angle on this. You can see DJ Boyd and Tide both with a flank onto all of this. Nelos has gone down. G2 is in trouble here. Summer's going to get that flush. And look at this. This is, as you said, a big 3-way fight going on between Rascal, Jester, VC, and G2 while being overseen by Crow Crowd, who's going to pick off Summer.
And that's big because they're only in 11th. So this is a team that needs points and who could sneak sneak into the top 8. G2, though, is being picked apart. That's either 2 or 3 members down. They are currently in 16th place. They lost the grand finals in another game today, and this would only add to the punishment.
Oh, we didn't want to start those memes just yet. The G0-2 memes. But Giannis looks like he's going to be able to get the heel off in the smoke. But how much longer can they stay alive? Rascal Jester has no real pressure on them from anywhere. I mean, they were taking some shots in the back from Atletico, but now nothing. It's Chris going to try to send some shots back towards VC.
I think they're done at this point. What can you really do?
I mean, they're safe, but nobody can really push them where they're at right now, because you can see Crowd taking the shots at Rascal Jester, not allowing them to come over the top. VC can't really leave their compound, and now they're in circle. So maybe they could just kind of hang out for a little while and hope for the best, maybe? I don't know.
Samty saved by the pan. Here the dink is forced to back down. Chest just above 50%. Level 2 helmet. Looking risky.
Oh, detonator.
Brother in arms. Jempty goes straight up with the SLR on the 3 times. The tap is there to at least force him back, and that's fine. Oh, no. That's on fire, and he's dead.
Hikari now the last remaining player up for the squad from Korea.
And
that's going to do it.
Detonator, 16th place in this one. And unfortunately, Poro, we lose our first team of PGC.
That'll be 5 of 6 Korean teams from the PKL making it to next weekend. Unfortunately, the one not making it going to be Squad Detonators. We check in on QM trying to make their way in on the east side of the circle. Liggy is going to get taken out. And now look at this. Envy coming alive against Armory Gaming. This is another team that's desperately in need of points. Duckman's coming in for the low ground flank.
They could try and bait them into this scenario. They now know where they are. It depends how much vision Patcaps have actually had on the players coming up. I don't think it was that much, as he was looking over the side of the hill, so they need to play this cautiously. Don't go just run and gun and hoping for the best, because they will trade back and they will eliminate and flush. They need points as much as you do. Get shot in the back. There's one. Answers back. Cherry popping. Go down. That's in the distance. Duckmans, though, is removed from the fray for now. Interrogate. He can keep an overwatch on this and force the pressure as they are out in the blue.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. If Envy can pick up these kills, that'll do a lot of good in their campaign towards trying to make it into the top 8. Pat Caps is going to get flushed out. DMG is going to go down now.
Oh, no.
It's down to just Skeet.
This is difficult. That blue is tanking.
Both of these teams had 42 points going into this fight, into this game, and Skeet going to get the down onto Taro. He's going to get the flush as well. Duckmans does bleed out. The point doesn't go over to Envy. The rest of Envy, though, has left. They're going into circle. They're trying to make it in. DMG bleeds out. Skeet doesn't go for the res there.
Just remember that one of those players was actually resuscitated and then got knocked by the blue.
Yeah.
So that point will not go to Envy. That goes down to Jeem. That's Jeems and Samty gone in quick succession. Stolen away from the Rumblers. A Liquid down to 1 man.
Liquid down to just Jempty. Rumblers as well. Los HD is the last remaining player up for Rumblers, but they are feeling pretty good about their positioning. Team Liquid far from safe here. Even though they may have picked up a couple of kills, it's going to be calm, sweaty time. As Pride, this might be it for Envy. This might be it.
They're out in the blue. The boys in blue. It's not going to be good for them, and it's not going to be good for G2 as well. Team Envious is eliminated, and that will be them done from the competition. NPL, unfortunately, will lose one of their teams.
Giannis, the last remaining player up for G2, so PEL might be not too far behind here as they are getting closed in on here by Rascal Jester and VC. Meanwhile, Atletico still 4 strong. You can see them dead center of the circle trying to spread out and see if they can get angles onto anything here.
Giannis, I can see, is actually being seen by the Jesters, so once they turn and face onto him, they're gone. Armory Gaming, another team, unfortunately will fall. That'll be them out of the fray also. Giannis at least picking one up, though. That's interesting. Probably can't do too much with how little points they picked up as a whole. G2, thanks for playing, boys, but unfortunately, that is the end of their run at PGC.
All right, keep your eyes on Rascal Jester, Crow Crowd, Atletico, and Red Canids. These are teams that are below the cut line that are still have a shot here. Rascal Jester, I believe, still Where are they at? They are still 4 strong up on the north side, 3 strong, but they're running into Sun Sister right now.
Well, that's good for them because they're just on the cusp. So the more points they can pick up gives them more security. But we need to take a moment to appreciate that our bottom 3 teams are dead and gone. They're taken out from this one. This has just got even more tighter now as Rascal Jester is removed from the fray completely.
By their sister Japanese team of all teams to do it too. Sun Sister 4 strong on the north side. They say that there is a 8th place top 8 spot for them. It's going to only go to them as Athletico now turning their attention towards VC.
6 points. Liquid is in, but only by 6 points. Crow Crowd, 44. Red Canids, 44. The points are here. Atletico takes out VC Gaming. The #1 team here is dead.
Crow Crowd got kills on that as well, so they're pumping up. This could be Crow Crowd taking out Team Liquid.
What is happening? What is going on? So Sister, they at least get shots, but there is a response there. The answer back. Soidmid does the damage. Kendesu taken out completely. They get the job done. They finish it off. That's a point that transfers in their pocket the more, and further they can keep them down. They could jump this. Everyone now is within top 8. We pretty much have 44, 45, and 46. Liquid has 49.
Liquid has Jempty staying alive right now. He's the last hope. Can he get a couple of Los HD is actually running right up on top of him here. This could be a big moment here as GEX trying to come over the top. They see Infantry's Lin, the last remaining players. Los takes out Jempty. That is it for Liquid. No more points to be had. And you can see how close 9, 10, and 11 are. This is absolutely huge.
Someone please bring the live rankings up and just leave them on. We need to see teams that are going to be transferring in real time. Just leave it there and we'll just monitor this because Liquid, they are now, their chance at PGC is in the hands of every other team below them.
Athletico and Sun Sister, this is a huge fight. We need to see how this thing plays out. 4 up still for Athletico. They're very strong. They have the center of the circle for the new circle, which has just popped. Sun Sister still in as well. Crow Crowd has to make their way in from the southwestern edge. They finally have to leave their good position, but I mean, it's gonna be a really rough transition for them here.
This is madness. This is absolute madness. Red Canids, 4 players up. Decent position on now. QM, very close to them. Pick up a couple of points there, that's job done. Crow Crowd again. 4 players up, the Rumblers are down. Where did the point go? To W Click, okay, that's one in the top 7, so that's not too much of a knock-on effect for now.
Eyes on Athletico. Here's Harold right in front of them. That's gonna be another point going the way of Athletico. They're gonna hop up to 46, tied with Crow Crowd now. As Crow Crowd now turning their attention towards Sun Sister.
With the placement as well, that puts both of them on 47. They get ever so closer to Team Liquid. Misa forced back for now. GEX, they'll make an entry point. Lin, the man who's just done so much damage for Infantry, is lingering in the back. But honestly, how close can you get? All these teams will be so tunnel vision now that they might not realize he's there. He could stab them in the back. There will be an engagement going down though. CC, they find GEX, Athletico. They are spreading themselves a little bit thin. It's a 2-2 split, but there are 2 teams that could batter them from multiple angles.
Tixu is being sent all the way up to the north, trying to get a flank here, a different angle onto Athletico, and maybe prevent Sun Sister from trying to rotate down onto them. So keep an eye on them. The rest of the Crow Crowd keeping their high ground for as long as they can. Nookie has eyes on GEX. He's going to be taking some shots, not going to find it down. Yes, he will. He'll find it down and the flush. That's huge for Crow Crowd. It's now, I think they might be 1 point shy of Liquid here. Yep. They've jumped up in the 9th.
This is absolutely intense. I mentioned Lin. He's now coming in to remove players from the back. If Temi gets that, that's an instant kill. He's got no more teammates. He goes down. They get the placement. They get the point. And they also actually might get the spot.
That's still another point for Infantry that pushes 6th place just that much farther away as all these teams are trying to find their way in. Crow Crowd gonna turn it on to Sun Sister. They're gonna get the down in the flush, but it's carried it out immediately as Teme is taken down. Tixu is out as well. Nookie and Misa have to turn their attention towards trying to get kills, but do they want to try to get the res here?
I just saw Liquid drop below the dead zone. I think that could be them done. We'll hold everyone
It's extremely rough here. And meanwhile, you have the entirety of Red Cannon still alive, and they still have a shot at this. They have Circle, but no kills here. Yes, Team Liquid has dropped down. They're tied with Crow Crowd with 49 points, but I believe Crow Crowd might have the edge in terms of overall kills. We'll have to keep an eye on that. We're not 100% sure, but right now, keeping an eye on Lin.
I think that's going to be it.
That's
if that
very
hit hits
close. Oh, he gets him down to about half.
If another one comes down, then surely that gives them the placement point. They jump up. The tables will turn. They'll update. We'll see where we stand. Bullets still coming from afar. The damage will be done. Crow Crowd at least get the answer back, which is good.
Atletico, you see, has picked up a crate here in all of this. They're still 4 strong. They're still looking good. They're in 10th place right now, but there's still 15, or rather 11 kills left on the table here that they could pick up. It looks like he might bleed out here as Teme is going to heal up. They are outside of circle. QM has them dead to rights.
Team Liquid will not be making it any further. I want to point that out now, but the bigger story is that Atletico, the Red Canadians, they could still do something here. Crow Crowd's gone out. Now their position has been taken away. This opens it up for Atletico. They've got 4 players up.
So does Red Cannons.
Oh my God, they do.
They're both strong. Atletico and Red Cannons could both come out behind this. Sun Sister has 2 alive. They're outside of zone right now. Atletico has gotten 1. They pick up 1 on Gaba. They don't get the flush just yet. Zoidmate going over to confirm. He needs to be careful though not to lose himself to Fiashan here.
The Red Canadians are getting a bit aggressive.
Flush it comes.
They taking the central position. That comes in the hands of a crate gun as well. So that means they've got the gear, but the Red Canadians have stepped up. Zoidmate, the IGL, he's taken down. He's dead.
3 still up though for Atletico as they try to see if they can maybe get the last kill onto Sun Sister. Fiashan, as we said, outside of circle right now. Red Cannons completely spread across the north side of this circle. They're trying to get any lines of sight into anything they can find. Extreme gets a vision onto Fiashan here. The blue is pressing on his back. If you're Fiashan here, he might just go down to blue and give away the point. No, he's going to heal.
I think he'll just die and he'll just leave it as it is. Everyone else will get the placement, but what else can he really do?
That's a point taken away.
Okay, so that's denied. Now we have to look towards the rest of the table here. Atletico, 51 points. 1 point away to equal it up to Crow Crowd. If they get 2 kills, that's job done. But Flood, he's shut down instantly. Raspu says no. They claim their point. They draw this back. They're 1 point away themselves now.
That now puts Red Cannons 1 point below Atletico. So this is everything so close as we see QM currently not in, they don't have to worry about anything, but that's 2 points available here. And they could actually ruin the chances of either one of these teams. Atletico down to 2. Juxi is inside circle. Extreme is going to have to move. Red Cannons still have their wide split. They're looking for any angle of sight that they can get on this. They don't have vision onto QM here. You can see the line of sight just not there.
This is just utter madness. Extreme has an extreme amount of land that he has to traverse first to get to his teammate and get inside the circle. QM will hold his angle as well, which is even more of a problem. I think that just the numbers are starting to get away with Atletico. Losing 2 players in quick concession like that may have cost them. Because the Red Canadians, you can see what they're doing in the background on the map. Slowly but surely they are encroaching on all these teams' position. It would now take a miracle for Atletico.
Extreme! He gets the kill before going down to the zone. He's gonna deny the point and pick up another one for his squad. That's gonna jump them over Crow Crowd into 8th place. They're tied with 52 points right now.
The Red Canadians, they want to play spoiler to this. QM, 1 more player, 2 individuals. That's 2 points, 2 potential frags. Juxi, QM, they're both there. Atletico, they go down. QM, they will get some points from this. And now they will hunt it.
This could be Red Cannons finding their way into the finals here. Yiz is going to go down, and yes, that's going to be Red